got thumbs. All right, pilots, listen to the ladies.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Heat 1 of the Street League Drone Racing Battle at the Ranch. This one's going to be Tilly and Freedom Duck. And we've already got a blade-to-blade battle here going through the wrecked ringer. Tilly and Freedom Duck going at it. You can see those beautiful Velocidrone gates. We got our whole track decked out for our presenting sponsors. Our pilots show us how it's done. Oh, Freedom Duck going down there, though. And it's going to be Tilly getting ahead through that speed source slalom. Nice flying from him so far, just hanging on in there. And what a way to kick off the event here. So Tilly out in the lead by about 3 seconds. Freedom Duck playing chase here. Trying to catch on back up. We'll see if he can pull it off. But some beautiful flying here from Tilly. And this is Heat E. We're going to work our way up to the A Heat, where the fastest group of pilots theoretically will be waiting. However, right off the rip here, this is just a random assortment of pilots in each of these heats, so we'll see those start to shuffle on down as the event goes. And you see boost mode engaged there for Tilly FPV as he goes through that jump fan, start-finish straightaway, and onto the wrecked ringer. Beautiful heat here from Tilly. Now, something to keep in mind also, the way this format works is these pilots aren't just trying to beat the other pilots in their heat. They're trying to beat all the pilots in that round. So we're going to race all the pilots once here. And whoever's the fastest pilot within this round, well, they're going to get the most points. They're going to get 1 point for every pilot that they beat. And then we're going to do it again. We've got up to 12 rounds possible for this event. We're going to be racing 6 of them today, potentially 6 of them tomorrow. But that is going to be it. Tilly FPV making it look easy as he takes the win. And Freedom Duck going to finish out nice and strong there. Getting all those laps is going to be important. He manages to do that just fine. And that's it for Heat E. I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. How's it going, everybody? My name is Sky FPV, and I am super proud to be joining you from Street League Drone Racing today. We've got some awesome racing coming up, and I've got today my co-host. We're going to introduce him now, and it is my pleasure to introduce Travis Daly, our chief analyst. How's it going, Travis?
Hey, dude. I'm great, and yeah, you and I just been hanging out. That kind of just happened so quickly. We got into Heat 1 while we've been sitting around watching practice packs for the last couple hours, and sitting cozy in our own homes because this race is in Citrus Springs, Florida. It's a cloudy day there, but probably much warmer than where I am for sure. I'm up in Canada, and you've just moved recently down to Texas, so you probably have some pretty decent weather, right?
Yeah, I do actually. Well, so here's the funny thing. I was yelled at because all the Texans are saying that I brought the Colorado weather down here to Texas with me. So it's actually pretty cold here too. However, the weather in Citrus Springs, Florida is actually pretty balmy. They're sitting at around 70 degrees Fahrenheit, of course. And yeah, pretty decent weather so far.
Not much wind either, so it looks like pretty good conditions.
Yeah, aside from some good racing, I'm looking forward to it. And so far, our pilots are looking good on this beautiful track. Now, if you're curious about, hey, what's the layout of this track? Well, the beautiful thing about this race is that our presenting sponsor is Velocidrone, the drone racing simulator that you're going to need if you want to get to that top tier level of piloting that you've been aspiring to. You can actually jump on Velocidrone and download this exact track. And you can race it and see how you stack up against the pros. Many of these guys have already raced on this track in the sim, so they've got times for you to try to beat. And we'll see how it all stacks up after it's all said and done.
Yeah, and there's some similarities there. I mean, we got some heavy hitters here today. including Hyper, who's #1 on the leaderboard on Velocitron. Not surprising, though I think he goes by another name.
Yeah, he may have a couple aliases there on Velocitron, but you can usually find him somewhere towards the top of the leaderboard. Not sure if he ground this particular track. I know Imperius had some pretty spicy times on this one, and yeah, that's usually how it goes. We're gonna take a quick peek here at our next group of pilots, and it appears this one's gonna be Mr. Rick James, the Florida local, and Leadfingers, one of the Street League admins.
And I think we also have Bernie in this heat. So I don't know why that wasn't showing up there, but I think Bernie's in this one as well.
Yeah, it looks like we may have an additional pilot there. Not quite showing up. That's okay. We get to see him fly. Here we go. Pilots are gridded. And our go tones are go. We're going to see those pilots sweep through our gem fans. Start, finish, straight away. Here they go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I can totally count. And it looks like we've got a beautiful race here right now. Bernie really launching hard there. He gets the lead, and it's going to be Leadfingers in that second place. Then it's going to be Mr. Rick James following in third.
Now, yeah, Bernie's crazy fast, but I don't know. They've had quite a few practice packs, but right now he's sitting 9th for his fastest lap time, the 35-second. Let's see where he was like for practice. He's actually 6th overall for fastest 3 consecutive. Still behind Lead though in both those.
Yeah, that's super interesting. We'll see how things shake out here. I know Leadfingers has a propensity to be very consistent. I think that's been one of his strong suits throughout his entire FPV career. If you want to check that out, you can see all his stats on streetleague.io. See his race wins, his podiums, Elite 8s, what have you. And if you're looking to get yourself started in a racing career, go ahead and check out streetleague.io, make an account, find some races near you, and get started. As meanwhile, Leadfingers gets started on lap number 3 here.
And Lead being one, you know, he's got up there with probably one of the most Street League races under his belt as part of Street League. I've got 19 here on the website.
Yeah, that may be up at the top there. I think Bits is a strong contender, as well as Free. I'm not sure which of those guys has the most, but ooh, nice little line there from Bernie as he takes it onto the gem fan start finish straightaway, and that's going to be it. Bernie takes the win. Nice clean 3-lapper for him. 1 minute and 51 seconds. Pay attention to those times as Leadfingers comes in just 8 seconds behind, and then we're going to see Mr. Rick James looks like coming through now as well. Now, something to note here, you're going to see Tilly FPV just above Mr. Rick James. That's because the time we saw from Tilly was better than the time that Mr. Rick James just set. So at the end, when it's all said and done for this round, that's the leaderboard you're going to be looking for. You want to try to put yourself at the top of that to earn the most points for that round.
I think you did say it, but this first round here is completely random which groups, which pilots are in. But after this, we're going to do a shuffle, and they're going to be sorted based on their fastest times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is going to get pretty interesting here. I think so far, we haven't gotten to see any of the, how do we say it nicely, some of our top tier pilots. We haven't seen them rip just yet, although I do think some of these guys are contenders for the Elite 8 final that we're going to be racing tomorrow. But I think this next heat, I'm going to go take a quick peek here. So yeah, so this next heat is going to be some heavy hitters for sure.
Oh, you got 2 of them for sure. You got Imperius, Pliers, Pro Dangles, and Hyper up next.
Yeah, that's going to be a good heat right there.
Now you got a bunch of things going on this weekend. There's obviously this race and who's going to, end up on the podium overall. But you've also been running a winter series, correct? And
that is true.
We're going to be sorting that out, so maybe you could explain that. And then there's also the Legions Cup, which is a team competition where it's the top 2 from each team, and maybe we can get into that as well, figure out who's on what team and what that means like moving forward in the season.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. So this race means a lot to so many pilots for all sorts of different reasons. And it's all a big collage of all of those different incentives. So the big one here for a lot of the local guys and a lot of the southern states is that we've been hosting what we call the Winter Series. And basically it's a series of drone races that all come together into the championship, which is what this race is for the Winter Series pilots. And mainly that was for the chapters who are able to race during the winter seasons, because otherwise it's too hot in the summer. And we wanted to give them something to chew on, some type of racing that they could do that really mattered. And so that's what the Winter Series is. And this race is, we're going to have a championship tomorrow to decide who our Winter Series champion is. And in addition to that, we've also got some other things going on. So we've got, this is a Nationals first and foremost. This is for our main season. And this is the first large season race. And so these pilots vying for that coveted ticket to our season championship. Only the winner will earn one of those at this race. Everyone else gets street cred, which will help them along the way. But we've got another heat kicking off here. This one's going to be Pro Dangles, Hyper, Imperious, and Pliers. We're looking for them to come through that start-finish. There they go. And on to lap number 1. And Hyper is going to be your leader right now. So this is where we're going to start to see the heavy hitters pretty early on. You're going to see Imperious playing chase here to Hyper, trying to play a little bit of catch-up. And I know both of these pilots are capable of some incredible times, but based off of practice, it looked like Hyper had the edge a little bit, I think, right?
Hyper's got the edge on Imperious by a bit. I mean, looking at his top 3 consecutive, Imperious is about a second and a half behind him. And looking at the fastest lap time, he's only 3/10 behind Hyper Imperious.
Okay, so it is a close battle when it comes to what we have seen potential-wise for both of these pilots. And I think we're not quite seeing that here. It looks like Hyper really has the edges. He goes through a beautiful Velocidrone vortex. That was incredible. And Imperious not too far behind now, coming on to lap number 3 as well.
Yeah, this first section here following Imperious there, that's the it's like a big figure 8 there. What are we calling that? The wrecked ringer.
And we kind of expected some more mid-airs there. Maybe we'll get to see them throughout the event, but turn 1 in any race is always a pretty tough one. But all these pilots keeping it clean so far. Oh, as we see an abnormal bobble there from Hyper, but he still hangs on to that lead. Hyper takes a win here in Heat C.
Look at that, bumping him up 12 seconds, almost 13 seconds. Oh, I got to wait till the race finishes. I'm watching that race order bug there, but I think it was still based on previous gates.
Yeah.
But Imperious is now finished, so about 5.5 seconds there behind Hyper on his first heat.
Yeah, it's a nice little spread starting to build here. So, yeah, 5 seconds between Imperious and Hyper. That's a big gap, but importantly, Imperious is in that second place right now, and that's going to earn him some solid points. So, you can always try to push harder. You can always try to go for that win, but at the end of the day, only 8 pilots make it into the finals. So you want to make sure that one way or another, you're in those 8 pilots, and you're able to contend at the end of the event.
I mean, how does that work strategy wise? Because most drone races, you're going for fastest. Obviously there can be some consistency, but I think with these points rounds, it's so key. If you're pushing too much and you make a mistake, it can really hurt you in the points and possibly put you out of the running.
Yeah, absolutely. The nice thing is, one heat, you can lose a couple points on one heat. It's not as detrimental for smaller races, but the bigger the race gets, the more those crashes matter. So this is a pretty big race. This is going to be one of the bigger races we've run this year so far, at least. It's the beginning of the year, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, the bigger the race, the more those crashes matter, the more points deficit you're going to have. And right now, I think this is the size of race, I would say, where if you have a crash, you could probably, have a couple 0-lappers, but any more than 2 0-lap runs, and you're starting to have a tough time to make it into the Elite 8. You're gonna have to, if like let's say you have 1 or 2 crashes, well now you have to push, and now you have to get first. You have to get max points in order to come back from that deficit. So so far, no super big crashes. I think most of our pilots have managed to finish it out. I'm gonna take a quick peek at our stats sheet here, and it looks like every pilot so far has finished every lap so far. So that's making the competition pretty stiff here. Basically, if you can't finish all 3 laps, you're guaranteed to be last out of everybody who has raced so far. So competition is really high here, and we know that the Florida pilots here, they're competitive. They're some of the best pilots in the U.S., let alone on the planet. And so this is for all the guys walking in from out of state, out of town, maybe even out of country. This is some of the top tier competition. So one of the reasons for that, I would say, is because of No Quarter Ranch, the beautiful location that we're racing at today. They do an incredible job at maintaining this amazing flying field where FPV pilots can just come together, have a good time, and do some flying. I think you've been there once, Vegan. I've been there. I think I've only had the pleasure of going there once so far, but gosh, I wish I lived there.
It's it was surprising going there. The first time you look at, I think I landed in where did I land? In Orlando, and then I drove across, right? Look, late at night, and it's a suburban neighborhood on the west coast, right, of Florida, and you could roll up to their house, and it's in a neighborhood, and they own a large plot of land they've turned into a permanent drone field. It's paradise for us drone nerds, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
You could not ask for anything better. It's so perfect.
And you've only been there once too, and one thing I found like misleading is when you come in off the highway into this neighborhood, it just you don't necessarily get to see the beauty of that part of the world. But if you just go west of Citrus Springs, you can go swimming with manatees. There's like the mangroves. It's like an absolutely gorgeous place that I didn't take advantage of when I was there because I was just at the field every day. But I think like the next time I'll go, I'll make sure to spend some time on the coast.
Yeah, an incredible place to race, and an incredible launch here from our pilots going into Heat B. This one going to be Goddess Randy, DeBits, Zebra 3, and Kabam. As we see, DeBits is going to go down. He goes tumbling. That is one of the longer rolls I've seen in a while. As Kabam takes a hit as well, he goes down. So that's going to leave just Goddess Randy and Zebra 3 up in the air, as DeBits and Kabam just now trying to take off again. Looks like Bits does manage to get up as well. So all 4 pilots now up in the air. And we'll see how things shake out after that dramatic intro.
Oh, Kabam just kabomped to the bottom of that gate.
That's an incredible pilot name, I've just got to say. That is the spirit of FPV. Build, crash, and repeat.
While we're on the screen, tell us a little bit about the race order bug going there on the left, because obviously even though they're in a heat with up to 4 pilots, that right now they're competing 4 points against everybody else that's in the race in general. So that's what we're kind of seeing on the left hand side. I know that it's something that you're constantly wanting to improve upon, but the idea is that it gives you a general idea of where people are during the race.
Yeah, so here at Street League we have a super unique format. We call it the points round, Street League points round format, and basically you're able to see for this round what the times are for everybody in the round, not just the pilots who are racing. So we've got 4 pilots actually racing. Those are the highlighted ones that you see on the left of your screen. But the grayed out pilots are the pilots who have already set times in the round so far, and those are the times that these pilots are basically trying to beat. Now once they set some times, the next group of pilots, that'll be the A heat, we're in the B heat right now, they'll go and try to beat those times as well, and at the end of it, you'll have a whole round where everybody's raced 1 pack, and they've gotten the opportunity to set the fastest time they can. Whoever got the most points is going to get 1 point for every pilot that they beat in that round. Then we're going to grid them all up again and run another round where they try to do the same thing, and those points from round number 2 will add to the points from round number 1. So right now we're in stage 1, so this will be the first points awarded to our pilots once we finish out our A heat. And meanwhile there, it's going to be, looks like some timer issues potentially. So we're going to have to go back and make sure we caught all the laps. But right now timer says Kabam is in the lead. We'll see if that changes. And we'll see that reflected in the race order bug come next heat. But again, we are seeing some pretty good laps here from everyone. It looks like, I'm gonna go take a
pretty
look
clear
at the
that
data.
one needs review on Kabam there coming in last, I think.
Yeah, I think,
Oh, no, Randy's still up in the air.
oh yeah, Randy's up in the air, still trying to finish out, so that could be legit.
So we had some patient people because you've been streaming for a while, getting prepped for this. We ran through more practice packs. I think they were promised 2 practice packs, and I think they probably got 12 each.
Yeah,
So
these
that's
pilots
Street
are
League. You get
very
Street League
polished.
is designed to give you a lot of race time, so they're getting that. But we got some people coming into the chat. We got Outset, Let's Go Tilly, and has also predicted that Hyper might be pushing 28. Is he saying 28 laps? I think he means 28-second laps. J-Box right now, fastest lap I have recorded at 30.7 seconds. We haven't seen J-Box yet. Is he in the next group, maybe?
Yeah, he's got to be... Actually, we have not seen J-Box yet. Interesting. Nope, I see
I also got a
J-Box in
shout
this
out.
next group. Yeah, so he'll be in the A.
Nice. I got a shout out from J Race, one of your Street League boys here, who's been we've been a little chatting back and forth with the hockey games lately. Yeah, we kind of came up on top, and I don't know if that means we save our country or what, but
I think you get to keep it. I think that's
we
how
get
that
to
works.
keep it now. I think we get some of your states now. I'm not sure.
That's possible. Honestly, maybe you can have California. I don't know.
California, it seems like people are okay with that.
Those are some pretty epic games. I love the idea of bringing multiple nations together to participate in sporting. It's just that's what it's all about.
I mean, those types of games, this can be a passionate game regardless, but based on geopolitics right now, it was crazy passionate. It was insane.
Yeah, those guys were fighting for their lives out there. I loved it.
Yeah. Inner Space Alien asks, what's the word on the street cred situation this year? How's that working?
Yeah, so this year, we've expanded our championship a little bit. I don't want to quote this wrong. I believe we've got 24 slots available this year. So we're going to have a bigger championship than we've ever held, and one of the biggest races we've held, period. And pretty similar situation with Street Cred. We made a couple tweaks. So one of the things is you won't be able to just buy your way into champs. You will have to have participated in a Street League race to be eligible. And as well as there's now a new way to get into champs, and that is that if you win one of the nationals, you get an automatic ticket into champs. So
and this is a nationals right now, so that means the winner of this.
Yeah, it's all on the line right here for some of our fastest pilots.
Now, how would it work if the winner of this competition, for whatever reason, doesn't end up at champs? Does it just go down the list?
So we actually have discussed it a ton of times, and we keep going back and forth on it. We want to make sure that it's, as fair as it can be. We don't expect that to be the case, but it could happen, depending on location and people's availability and things like that. So that may be a bridge we cross when we get to it. But I think the last time that we spoke about it, the thing that we were leaning towards was it going down to the second place guy at the race where that person earned their spot. So for example, if let's say J-Box won this race and Imperius got second, J-Box can't make it, I think we're going to end up handing it down to Imperius in that case.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
So here we go.
Obviously, the situations,
Yeah.
The A heat, and we got J-Box currently. I was gonna say TQ, but we just did practice. But it looks like he's got the fastest lap time and fastest 3 consecutive at the moment.
Yeah, he is going to be one of the pilots to watch out for as we watch him here through the wrecked gates and onto the turtle mode twist. And just a beautiful line here from J-Box. I think he's got a chance of catching up to Hyper's time. We'll see that update on the race bug in real time. Now this is the section, that is the differentiator right there. Whether J-Box can make it through that. And it looks like he is on top of Hyper time-wise. We'll see if he can hang on to it.
Yeah, as we're going through these races, you're going to hear Sky, maybe myself, calling out some ridiculous names for these sections. But we spent a good 5 minutes brainstorming some epic names, and I think the track is beautifully crafted in that there are some really unique sections of the track. And it's too bad we don't have like a nice like overview. We could probably work on that, like a track like walkthrough to kind of showcase the different sections. But maybe as we're going through this too, you can kind of point out the different sections of the track and which ones you think kind of matter the most.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that section there at the end. That's one of the ones that I think is going to matter the most. But let's go through these sections here. So we got J-Box. Actually, he's about to round out this race. So maybe we'll start this next race. We'll go through and name all the sections so people can get an idea of what we're working with here. Especially now that they've gotten to see it a couple times. Oh, and it looks like Hyper's time was faster than J-Box's by a full second. So despite how beautiful that run from J-Box was, it was good enough to beat Imperius. It was not good enough to beat Hyper. And then it's going to be Sloth in a 4th place. He's only 0.5 seconds back from Imperius, though. So I think Imperius and Sloth are going to have an epic battle here. Tilted with a pretty solid run there, too. He's told me personally, he wants to start getting good. He wants to start getting fast. He wants to throw hands with the best of the best. And I think he's got a pretty decent chance here. He is also the team captain for Team GemFan. And maybe that's something we should talk about a little bit too here is Legion's Cup.
Tell us.
So Legion's Cup is our attempt at making team racing a bit more accessible and a bit less expensive. So typically what'll happen with team racing is you have to get a crew of, I don't know, say 8 people together. And you got to make sure they can all show up to the race, make sure they're all ready to fly. And that can be a lot of work. That's a lot of money and travel. It's just a lot of effort. And so we wanted to see if we could democratize team racing a little bit to where, more people could get to participate in it and keep it very serious and very competitive because we value that a lot here at Street League. But we wanted to make sure more people had the opportunity to try it. So here's basically how the Legion's Cup works. Each team is going to have up to 10 pilots that they can recruit. And there's actually a cost cap. So they have to manage their team, their theoretical funds. It doesn't actually
like for
cost
draft
money.
This is like a draft, right? Like
yeah,
in a
similar
sense.
to fantasy.
Yes.
Yeah, and so they got to stay within budget and manage their team. They can make trades, but trades will cost them season points. And then they also have to stay under the budget. So, or they can do a direct trade 1-to-1, and that won't cost anything. So we wanted to make sure, teams weren't just picking up pilots right before a race and dropping everybody. We wanted them to have some sense of camaraderie and try to choose pilots who were likely to show up to more than one race, and then keep the teams kind of consistent. But effectively, the way that the scoring works for the teams is to get as many people as they can to show up to the races, but only the top 2 performers at that race for each team are actually going to earn street cred on behalf of the team. So for example, this race is worth 20 street cred for every pilot that you beat. So if J-Box goes and he beats 10 people, that's 200 street cred. So then he's going to be able to not only earn 200 street cred for himself after that's all said and done, but he also earns his team, if he was one of the top 2 performers, he also earns his team 200 street cred. And that's all going to culminate in the Legion's Cup Championship, which is going to take place at the same time and alongside the Street League Season Championship. And the only difference there is that the championship is worth double street cred for the teams. And so that leaves a little bit of extra weight where the season isn't going to be decided just in the first, couple races. It is going to come down to the championship, and the teams will all be competitive all the way to the end. It just depends on how good they did at making their picks, how well they managed their team, and I think how well they represent their brand is going to affect that a little bit too.
Well, let's talk about that then too. So you've recruited 4 teams for this first season, and I think it's a great start, and it's a real challenge, right? In order to pull off what you're doing, it's like maybe in an ideal world, it would just be the teams represented, but you want to leave it open, make sure people can access the race, and it's a lot of work to put on these races. So as for teams, there are 4 teams, but unfortunately only 3 represented currently at this race. But that being said, you just mentioned that the championship can be worth double points, and this is the beginning of the season, so things can change.
Yeah, absolutely. But for the record, the teams are Team Velocidrone, who isn't present here today. Then it's going to be Team GemFan, who's got a couple pilots representing them. Team, I guess, who do we go next here? Quad Force. They've got a very, very, very strong showing here. And then also Team Cyclone, who, to be honest, has a super strong showing as well. And I'm kind of expecting this particular event to be a big battle between Quad Force 1 and Cyclone. I think they've got super, super good talent here. They have, at least 2 strong pilots between them. GemFan will still be in the mix, though. They have a pretty deep field here. So if either of those other 2 teams fumble the ball, there are points to be picked up by GemFan. So I'm curious to see if things get real rowdy at the end and maybe they pick up a couple extra points. And then Velocidrone wasn't able to make the deadline for the pilot registration. So we have a 1-week lockdown for pilots being able to be added or removed from a team. So we locked down the teams a week before the event, and that's who's going to be eligible for the event. And unfortunately, they didn't have anyone who was able to attend this race, and that will hurt them. I think it'll hurt them for the season, but it won't be unrecoverable. I think we've seen Velocidrone, their teams in various forms of drone racing, do incredibly well in the past, and I think they'll be able to continue on that legacy. But we're going to let the stars shine here between, I think it's going to be Quad Force 1 and Cyclone.
I mean, you haven't mentioned the names, but the Cyclone is J-Box and Imperius and DeBits. So very stacked. Then we have in Quad Force that you mentioned has Hyper on their team, also Pro Dangles and the Sloth, and then GemFan with Lead Fingers, Tilted, Bernie, and Pliers.
Yeah.
So again,
we can actually take a quick peek here at the points so far after round number 1. And so right now Hyper is your leader, and he's gonna try to hang on to that as best he can as we get ready for our next heat with Geoff and Goddess Randy. Let's actually swap back here. So here we go. We got Hyper, J-Box, Imperius, then the Sloth. So Hyper is on Quad Force 1. Sloth is on Quad Force 1. So I think they're right now looking to be the top 2 guys for that team. And then J-Box and Imperius both being on the same team. Honestly, frankly, that is a very stacked roster to have those 2 guys. And then I believe Bernie is on GemFan, Tilted also on GemFan. So GemFan is right there just waiting to take any scraps that they can get out of this one. And then I think they've got a couple races that they're planning to show up and force at throughout the rest of the season, but don't want to spoil any of their plans.
Yeah, a few things from the chat pointed out. Chaser noted, and it was probably I was talking too much in the last heat there with J-Box, but he says J-Box made a mistake and was actually 5 seconds ahead of Hyper. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We didn't know Hyper is currently in the lead, but J-Box with the fastest times in practice. West has pointed out it'd be awesome to have the pilot names, like the team names on their probably like their lower third. It'd be cool to kind of build that into the stream so you can see who's who.
Yeah, so we actually planned to have that, but unfortunately the guy whose job that was decided he had to move to Texas. So I don't know why he decided to do that, but we'll probably have that on here for the next stream. But
we also have the incredible Zoe FPV in the chat saying that she would love to get into Street League at some point. So this could be the year, Zoe.
Yeah.
I mean,
time. If you're looking for how to get into it, streetleague.io. We got all the info on the spec. It's super fun. It's nice to have a chilled down version of open class racing where you can just, you have some more time to think, and it's still competitive because, you can always be more perfect. But it's nice to not be destroying quads. These quads are absolute tanks, and that is my favorite thing about Street League. It's the first type of drone racing where I've seen it be very common for people to have hand-me-down quads. So the quads are tough. The rules kind of regulate a little bit what types of frames can be set up. But it's just been an awesome thing for pilots to be able to have a little bit more faith in their gear and just do more racing. That's the goal here.
Someday there'll be generational quads. It was handed down from my father's father's father.
That would be amazing. I would love to see that. I want to see a quad. I wonder if anyone has a quad that's like 3 hand-me-downs old. We'll have to keep track of that. You're the chief analyst. You'll have to come to the next race with some stats on that.
With some stats on this, yeah. I need to get in deep and ask some questions about who's flying what.
Yeah, exactly. But right now, it looks like we got a little bit of a race going on here. It's going to be Geoff leading Goddess Randy. And I'm seeing 3 boost modes remaining for Geoff. So not even using a boost, just making sure to stay nice and steady. And Goddess Randy playing chase now, trying to catch up through the turtle mode twist. And there's the pass from Goddess Randy, drawing out a mistake from Geoff. That's some beautiful racing right there. That is what we love to see. And the Armatan Ascent and into the Speed Source Slalom for Goddess Randy. Geoff playing a little bit of chase now, but this is lap number 3. This is going to finish it. Goddess Randy just trying to get through this last bit. Goddess Randy goes down, and that's going to give Geoff an opportunity here. And Geoff is gonna make the pass. Geoff takes the win in Heat E. Some celebratory flippy floppies to sound it off.
We're gonna have plenty of time to analyze it, but that last gate, which we're calling the Velocidrone Vortex because it is just a unique element. We've started to see some things like that, especially at a hyper. I know that he had a hand in the design of this track, but we're gonna see people take it in different ways, and that seemed like where Goddess Randy has some trouble. And I've only got to fly it in the sim, but that's the trickiest part of the track, hands down, right before the finish.
Absolutely. And again, if any of our viewers are looking to try this track out for themselves, it's got some really interesting elements, and I highly encourage you to check it out on the Velocidrone drone racing simulator. The track is all up there. It's pretty much identical to what they're racing in real life, and there's already some pretty epic times set on there, so if you're curious to see how you stack up, it's a great place to do it. But yeah,
it's
I'm
still
really
listed as new
see,
tracks, so
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the different elements and how they differentiate each of the pilots here. I think each of these pilots have very different flying styles, despite being at similar skill levels.
Absolutely. Now that we're in the second round, right? The pilots have been seeded into different groups based on their results on round 1, right? So we now are going to work our way up, and things are going to start getting a little crazy with the who's in those higher heats.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way we typically do it is we'll start at E or F or whatever the lowest heat is that we have, and we'll work our way all the way up to the A heat, and you'll know it's the fast group of pilots when you see, stage whatever, heat A. That's your fastest group of pilots, all grouped up. And the main thing we like to do here is, even though these pilots are technically racing against every single person in the event, time-wise, they're placed with the people who they are closest to time-wise across the entire event. So it's really awesome. It's a nice way to feel like you are racing the entire field without trying to figure out a way to do 20 quads up in the air at the same time. So I really enjoyed participating in this format. Lead Fingers was one of the masterminds behind it, and just did an incredible job working through all the different kinks and the incentive structures, and there are some pretty interesting strategies you can try to pull off, some different approaches. But I think the big thing is that there is this kind of 50-50 split between you have to make sure that you're finishing, but then you got to go fast, and that's a tricky thing to balance.
Yeah, and you and I mean, back in DRL days, even in the sim tryouts, went back when DRL's format was a little bit closer to this, and that it was points based, right? Just there's definitely varying opinions of that consistency and maybe even strategies, I guess, around those types of races. And interestingly, Led had such a big input into this format because he's an incredibly consistent pilot. He's probably really put a lot of thought into that when it comes to his strategy.
Yeah.
I got a new name from the chat from Inner Space Alien for the Velociraptor Vortex. He's suggesting the R2D gate, the rise to dive.
The R2Ds.
Can we call it like R2D2?
I don't know. Disney might come for us. We finally found music that they won't mute our stream over, so they're just fighting to stay alive out here. Meanwhile, we got a bit of a race going on here. Looks like Kabam and DeBit's going at it.
Oh, they're neck and neck right now.
Oh, the Velociraptor Vortex. It's clean for Bits. Kabam just behind. And on to lap number 3.
DeBit's currently holding the lead ahead of Kabam. Coming into that turtle mode twist, we're calling it.
And a beautiful Armatan ascent into the Speed Source Slalom. They both go now. And back to the Velocidrone Vortex. Onto the Gem Fan Start finish straight away. DeBits is going to take the win. Not a bad second place for Kabam.
Starting to heat up. Our next heat coming up is going to be Tilly, Rick James, Pro Dangles, and Freedom Duck.
Tilly FPV R2, Mr. Rick James R4, Pro Dangles R6, Freedom Duck R8. Tilly FPV.
Now you mentioned getting into Street League. You guys have put a ton of work into your website over the winter season, especially. Loving all the updated, like the whole cruise section, the whole cruise functionality that you've brought into the website. So great place to find like who's in your area, who's flying. You got a whole map there, so you can find anyone. It looks like I got 2 crews that I know up here in Canada.
Yeah, and actually that's a great time to talk about. Street League is growing. Not only have we added the ability to start your own crew and get racers racing with you, but we have also expanded outside of the U.S. So maybe soon here we'll have a USA versus Canada race. But in the meantime, we actually have our first Canadian national. Now, it won't count for the Legions Cup because we felt it wouldn't really be a fair representation of the Canadians trying to compete with primarily American races. But it is worth street cred, and it does give the Canadians the ability to try to qualify for Street League champs. And I know we got some really fast pilots up in Canada, as it's lovingly called. And I think actually some unique frame designs as well. So lots of good stuff coming from Canada. And now we're getting to see our first national there as well. So looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Last year, the Canadian Nationals was in a cool spot. It was like about an hour and a half outside of Montreal. And I believe this year it's going to be closer to Niagara Falls and a shorter distance from the Toronto airport, so easier to access. I know it was also the community, the town that I was in, the last year's one was almost completely francophone. I had some challenges, even in being Canadian. Just getting food and just not speaking the language. So
Yeah. It's
shamefully.
a pretty diverse place. I think most places you go, there's always different types of people, and that's my favorite thing I think about FPV in general, is just like you get to meet so many different types of people, and borders really do not do a good job of separating us. So that's my favorite thing about sport in general, but especially all the awesome Street League racing we've gotten to do. And we got some more coming up right now for Heat C as our quads come across the line. There they go.
Wes got a name for the Velocidrone Vortex too, but he says he can't type it in chat. So you'll have to private message me that one, Wes.
I love it. I know some other leagues had some gates that got named some fun names, some colorful names, we'll say. But yeah, looks like Freedom Duck out in the lead according to our hole shot timer, and he's looking pretty strong here. And it all comes down to that gate. Prodangle's playing chase though. He is trying to catch up to Freedom Duck here. The Florida boys going at it. Prodangle's with a little bit of a different line there. Super interesting to see if that'll work out for him as he comes into the turtle mode twist. And on to the HQ Helix. Oh, Freedom Duck with a little bit of a bobble, but an incredible save. He ended up right side up there and just kept on cranking. He kept his foot in it, and I think that's going to pay off as he engages that boost now, trying to catch back up to Prodangles. And they are absolutely battling now, going on to lap number 3 across the Gem Fan start finish straight away. Prodangle and Freedom Duck duking it out. Onto the turtle mode twist. A beautiful one from both of our pilots. Freedom Duck hanging on to that lead. He managed to get that pass back, and it looks like he is out of boosts. Prodangles, though, has one remaining. We'll see how he tries to deploy it here. Oh, Freedom Duck goes down.
Oh, Freedom Duck down. He just passed, too.
And that's going to leave Prodangles with fresh air, and he's going to go on to take the win. Freedom Duck giving it everything he's got as Prodangles comes in first.
I don't know if you want to review the results there, just to make sure that the corrections have been made. I'm seeing a few pilots who had 6 laps here recorded.
Yeah, it looks like we got some extra laps there, and that's going to be from... Ooh, tough to say here. We're going to go back and review that one. Make sure we got it all tidied up. But we did see Freedom Duck take the win there. So we'll make sure we get that all cleaned up. But a beautiful run there from Freedom Duck. Absolutely stellar flying. Oh, interesting. I wonder if we had maybe wrong channels for them. They might have been swapped on channels. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with some more racing.
Hi, my name is Imperious, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Street League Spec drone racing. In this video, we're going to cover...
We have 6 laps, Kevin.
What's legal, what's not, why are the rules that way, and what's available for you to purchase today. So I can love. The first thing we're going to look at is the streetleague.io website. Any information that I cover today or don't cover can be found on this website. We have rules about the spec, season races, the streetleague.io store and links to our Discord, which is where you can find much of our information and new things being posted every day. The first thing we're going to cover in this video is the Street League spec regarding frames. This is the Street League rulebook version 3.0. And when talking about frames, the specifications are all parts, including 3D prints, must be open source. They must be available to the public to download. Each motor must be less than 399 millimeters away from all other motors, so there is a size limit. And then we have some rules regarding the arms. These get a little bit technical, but we'll cover them as best as possible. The arm is defined as whatever material holds the motor. In essence, if you have carbon that goes from the midplate to your motor, the arm is considered the carbon itself and not any kind of print or LEDs you may have on top of it. Now that we have the arms defined, there's a couple of rules regarding the amount of material that must be in an arm.
10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Here we go. This one's going to be Heat B in Stage 2. And all of our pilots now across the line. Nice clean hole shot. Oh, we got some real racing going on here. I'm looking at Tilted's feed right now. He's got a quad in his face.
Oh,
He's getting
neck and
prop
neck.
washed.
We got here Tilted, Bernie FPV, lead fingers, and pliers.
And usually B-Heat is the place where things get cutthroat, because effectively it's where your 8th and final pilot will be going into, well, at the end of points rounds. Oh, a beautiful line there from Lead Fingers. I love how he is
Lead's
taking
got
that Velocidrone.
He's first across the line on lap 1, onto lap 2.
And that is a nice lap 1 for Lead. He's going to be chasing here. I'm taking a look here. Tilted is still in it. Looks like he's playing chase to Pliers. Both of them pretty close. And the Armatan Ascent. Tilted going to take the lead. Oh, as he goes down, the announcer's curse is strong. Pliers has a little bit of a bobble there.
Lead's on the heater right here.
Plenty of
onto
room.
lap 3.
Oh, Lead is looking so solid right now. Looking to try to beat out Bernie here. Now, I will say, all 4 of these pilots so far on pace to be the top of this group. So, if they can end this race at the top of that leaderboard, they're in a good spot to continue to be in the top 8, which is where they want to be in order to get into the Elite 8. But, oh, Pliers, we've got no
Pliers
signal.
down.
Oh, that is going to hurt Pliers. I believe this is one of his first Street League races. Definitely his first national. As Lead Fingers shows him how it's done, he takes the win. Bernie FPV just a second and a half back or so. Tilted finishing out pretty decently. But I think we can expect more from him. I think he knows he can go faster than that. But I'm not going to lie, both the Bits and Prode Angles are pretty fast. So that's going to be a tough one for Tilted to overcome.
Yeah, that looks like that'll bump him down, right, for the next round.
Yeah, that's
ended up
pretty likely. So we can take a quick peek here at the stats so far. So keep in mind these are incomplete. So you're going to see a lot of did not starts because we haven't yet raced Heat A. But here's how things are stacking up so far. And right now, we've got Hyper, J-Box, Imperius, and the Sloth. They have yet to race, so they'll probably move on up to the top. We've got all sorts of shakeups there. Leadfinger's doing pretty good for himself. Him and Bernie are going to be going at it. Tilted also doing pretty decent for himself. And you're going to see, unfortunately, Pliers dropping all the way down to... he'll probably be 11th by the end of this, as long as Sloth manages to complete his race. So that's going to be a little bit of an upset for Pliers. We know he can go faster. He got that big 11 points in Stage 1. And so we know he can do well. It's all going to come down to how they perform when it counts.
Next race begins in 4 minutes.
I think part of my confusion too was just looking at rotor hazard. It calculates the race totals, which actually is every single lap they've raced.
The race totals aren't necessarily how many races. Oh, does it also show both of those in our results page?
Yeah, totally. And it makes sense that we're seeing like 6 laps from some of these guys because it's calculating all the laps they've done across the last 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm. A lot of math and tabulation going into this format, but it is one of the best ways, in my opinion, to deal with the bottleneck of FPV that exists right now, which is how many pilots can you have flying in the air at the same time? And right now, one of the limiting factors to that is the video systems. And so we've seen some really great innovation come through on the video system side. You've got the DJI 04 air unit finally able to participate nicely in races. Although here at Street League, we've allowed them since our inception, and we've found out how to make them work. But then you've also got HD0, which is the very much preferred choice by the competitive racers. Here we go. We've got Heat A. This one is going to be one to watch. It's going to be J-Box, the Sloth, Imperious, and Hyper ready to rip. We got go tones on our timers. They work their way around that hole shot. Here they come through the gem fan start-finish straightaway. And we have a beautiful hole shot there so far. Sloth getting
Hyper
the hole
in the
shot,
lead.
but it's going to be Hyper hanging on to the lead into lap number 1.
Is that Imperious in the blue jar? Oh no, there was midair.
Imperious and J-Box come together. And that's going to leave Imperious scrambling onto lap number 1. J-Box manages to recover pretty cleanly. Minimal damage for him, but that is going to hurt Imperious's run. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hyper and the Sloth out ahead of the rest of the field, and a beautiful turtle mode gate there for both Hyper and Sloth, just hanging on to it. Meanwhile, it's going to be J-Box trying to get the pass on the Sloth. They touch. J-Box does get the pass, and he's going to try to hang on to it through the Speed Source Slalom.
J-Box now pushing ahead there. Velocitron Vortex coming on to the next lap. Hyper with a ton of clean air on the bottom right there.
J-Box through the wrecked ringer clean, now through the turtle mode twist, the HQ Helix, the Armatan Ascent, and the Speed Source Slalom. But meanwhile, it's going to be Hyper on that Velocidrone Vortex coming on the Gem Fan start finish straight away. Hyper takes the win. Beautiful clean run there for Hyper. And he is going to put himself 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Now, I've got to say, that comeback from J-Box, he had the midair with Imperious. J-Box came out cleanly from it, but had to fight his way back to Sloth in that one. Boy, what a race was that.
Yeah, that's pretty defining split there for the top 4 there. Again, here in this heat, ending up on top, still as the top 4, and moving on to the next round in the same group.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible to watch. We're going to take a quick break here before we break down our points. Going to do a little bit of tabulation, make sure we got all our points just right, and we'll be right back with some more racing.
If you were to take a string around the arm, how long would it be? Needing 42 millimeters or more across the thinnest portion. And then we have a total cross-sectional area. For each motor, you must have a cross-sectional area greater than 90 square millimeters, which is, if you were to cut the arm down this plane, this red portion here needs to have more than 90 square millimeters of material. Now that we have the rules for a frame defined, let's talk about what frames are available that meet this Street League spec. The first of which being the original, the thing that started this all, the Project 399 practice rig. Coming in at $95 and available on project399.com, the practice rig is easily one of the most durable pieces of carbon I have ever had the pleasure of owning. It was invented as a training tool for Jordan Temkin, or Jet, to train for DRL and to emulate the size and weight of a DRL Racer 4. He has a recommended build here which includes a lot of, if not all of the items that are street legal. And builds on this frame can look as such. We have the Racer 399, the Racer 4 look-alike, or you can go custom with it and design something totally new. The next frame we're going to talk about is the first frame to come to the Street League store, and that is the Kari X. The Kari X is a True X version of an original design by Alex Dunda at Cloud10 FPV. He designed this frame to take a lot of inspiration from the Project 399 and make it just a little bit better. The vertical carbon makes for a really cool canopy design, but we retain the same strength and weight.
Alright, we are back with our points tally. Had to double check, make sure everything was good. Looks like everything was solid, so here are your points so far. It's going to be Hyper, your leader, with a perfect score so far. 217s across the board, beating every single pilot every single round. Second place is going to be J-Box, getting second in both races. And Imperious with a third and a fourth, looking pretty good, but he's going to be tied with the Sloth after that last one. And then it's going to be Bernie down in that fifth place position. And he's only 2 points ahead of Leadfingers down in sixth. Tilted is going to be rounding out that seventh place position. And then it's going to be Prodangles in eighth. And just while we're here talking about it, how does this break us down for Legion's Cup? So you've got Hyper and Sloth both on Quad Force 1. Then it's going to be J-Box and Imperious on Cyclone. Bernie and Leadfingers, and Tilted for that matter, on Gemfan. So it's going to be solid points for them if they keep in this position, but they'd like it to be more points than the other two teams. And right now it is a tie in points between Quad Force 1 and Cyclone.
Jeff FPV, R4. Goggles _ Randy, R8. Jeff FPV, R4. Goggles _ Randy, R8. Jeff FPV, R4. Goggles _ Randy, R8.
All right, we got racing in 5 minutes or so. We'll take a quick break and get right back to it.
For high performance, high durability. And this comes in at $90. And this is what it can look like when built. This is a build by Leadfingers, who absolutely loves Rainbow, and it looks absolutely amazing. The next frame we're going to talk about is the budget.
5 minutes.
RDQ Source 1 7-inch. This does meet the ARM specifications and is readily available on RDQ's website for only $30. It's a great, cheap starting point, but that's not to say that it's not a good frame. With a little bit of ingenuity, it can become an absolutely amazing street legal quad. If you decide that none of these frames for you, or you decide that you could make something better and you don't know where to go to turn that into a real street league quad, I recommend visiting Toker Designs in CNC. He is amazing at cutting carbon and doing 3D prints for all of your build needs, and the carbon that he cuts is absolutely amazing. Made in the US, it's incredibly strong.
But you have to do a sort because you're not doing.
Here we go. So we got He starting right now. This one gonna be Goddess Randy and off. Off and away we go. 2 quads in the air. One of them tumbling through that Gemfan start finish gate. And it's going to be Goddess Randy out in the lead right now. Looking pretty solid.
I'm expecting to see Goddess really start to step it up. as we go through these rounds. Hasn't had the most luck so far, but incredibly talented pilot. So
Yeah, we've seen the times on Velocidrone, and I'd love to see those translate here IRL. And I think we'll start to see that. And I've got to say, too, racing the heavy metal as a awesome turtle mode frame. And the frame that I raced pretty much all of last year, really enjoyed racing that quad. And through the turtle mode twist with the heavy metal. And it looks like Geoff is a little ways back now, so Goddess going to run away with this as long as she can hang on to that lead. And the Velocidrone Vortex. This is the tricky one, and it looks like she's figured that one out. That was the bane of her existence last race. This race looking like it's no big deal. Now on to lap number 3, just trying to round it out. No boosts used for either of these pilots, and that's one of the things I think we've seen is that, you know, for some of the newer pilots, the boost isn't powerful enough for it to really matter. What tends to matter more is just that you're on your line. But once your skill level starts coming up, you know, you can start to use that boost all kinds of different ways. There starts to open up all these different strategies. But right now, both these pilots just trying to make a nice, clean run here, and it looks like Goddess Randy is going to do that. Goddess Randy takes the win here in Heat E.
seeing some other Legion's Cup pilots in the chat right now. We got Chet Mack and Free. We were expecting to see you here. So unfortunately, looks like you weren't able to make it.
Yeah, we did have you signed up for the race, but I'm guessing not able to make it. Now, with that said, lucky thing about the way our format works, not going to let his team down. He's still got plenty of guys to back him up.
R2. Mr. Rick James, R4.
And it looks like we're making pretty good time here. We're already on stage 3. Our plan was to run 6 of them tonight, but you know Street League pilots, they like to do some racing at night. All these quads are all LED lit up. The gates have that GemFan patented retro-reflective material, and that is going to allow our pilots to see the gates, as well as just the ranch is, No Quarter Ranch is an incredible venue. They've got basically stadium lighting at this venue, so our pilots have no problem seeing the gates, seeing the ground, and ultimately putting on a show for us. So we may end up, I'm hearing word from our race director, we may end up running the Winter Series final tonight instead of tomorrow. So we may get to see that go down, if I had to guess, about an hour and a half from now, potentially. We'll say 2 hours, just to play it safe. So we're going to have the Winter Series finals tonight, it looks like. And then we will have the finals for the National tomorrow. And our race countdown has begun.
I was going to say, we'll see how quickly we get through these heats, but we've just started off Heat 3, right?
Yeah, this is going to be Stage 3. Stage 3 already. So this one going to be Kabam, Mr. Rick James, and Zebra 3.
Next race begins in 3 minutes.
So is there like a standard for how pilots set up their OSD? I noticed in a previous heat you were mentioning obviously how many boosts pilots had left. West has just mentioned he doesn't think that Randy's boosting it at all, and maybe having trouble with their batteries. But
yeah, so each of our pilots get 3 boosts here. And the boosts are basically a prerequisite thing to talk about here is for Street League drone racing, all of the drones are RPM limited. So all the propellers are spinning at the same speed most of the time. The exception for that is when pilots deploy one of their 3 boosts. Now each boost lasts for 5 seconds and temporarily increases the amount of RPM that the drone is allowed to utilize. And obviously you can use that all sorts of different ways. The strategies get really interesting for that. Some pilots like to use that on the straightaway and just hit a higher top speed. Some pilots like to have a little more torque or oomph coming through each of the turns. And so they'll choose different spots where they feel like it's the most useful. Now, something interesting is we've had some pilots will only use it when they're basically when they see a pilot in front of them. And they'll just use it to prevent passes and make passing difficult. And that's a whole other strategy that's, available to our pilots. And so it's just really opened the game to a lot more depth. It's a much deeper understanding that you're going to need in order to really hit that top level. Now, with that said, we see some of the slower pilots, some of the pilots who are just wanting to make sure they get through the track, they don't use any boost at all. And they just make sure they're running clean lines, because at the end of the day, it's not powerful enough to offset a big mistake. So it's really only there for the top guys who want to have that extra depth to their race. And I think we're going to start
for strategy,
utilize.
What's the strategy you use? Like you were just talking about that. Obviously, it can be depending on, I know for myself, I gotta like map to a switch, and I tend to use it like in a safe situation, like when I'm in a straightaway or like leading up to a section. I like to use it in a more technical section, but I think some pilots are really good at just like triggering it at the right time. And I'm just curious from your perspective, like where do you tend to use it, your strategy in a race?
Yeah, so for me, I use it at various different points depending on the track. So one of the nice things, obviously, about Velocidrone is they've actually added boost mode into the sim. So it's super realistic, super related to how these pilots are flying in real life. And I bet you a lot of these pilots chose their boost strategy when they were practicing in the sim. So for me personally, I was using it in sections where I felt like the quad just didn't have enough power. And so for me, that was the Velocidrone Vortex. That's where I felt like I needed that extra power, and that's where I would deploy it every lap. So that was my particular strategy, but I know that, and actually we're seeing this here, Kabam using boost mode, it looks like,
I think he's used it early.
Boost dumped at the beginning, so he's just got the button held down 100% of the time.
Yeah, and that's a fairly common thing too, right? With some pilots deciding they just want to like use all the boosts right off the get-go. Maybe they don't even have it mapped to a switch. It's just triggering immediately with their throttle or something.
Yeah, and I think some of that is we've seen some pilots who don't feel comfortable deploying the boost, at different places on the track, so they just try to get out ahead of everyone at the beginning and use all their boosts all at once. And so that's one strategy you see. That's the strategy you see here from Kabam. And ultimately, it looks like it's going to work for him as Kabam gets the win there for Heat D. And Zebra 3 going to come in second as Mr. Rick James rounds his way down the back half of the track. But yeah, definitely a lot of different strategies. For me, I like to use it, in those tight technical sections when I can. If I feel like it's a section I'm struggling with, then I might tone it back. I might pick an easier section where I feel like it's gaining me time. But if I feel like I can do it confidently, I'll use it in those more technical sections, and because I feel like that's where a lot of time can be had.
Mr. Rick James, lap 3-1021.
All right, that's going to be it for Heat C. We are going to take a quick break here and then get right back to racing here in just a little bit.
Break. This carbon, it's ridiculous. And some of his original designs are amazing. This is what he likes to call the squash. It's a little bit shorter and the body is a little bit smaller, kind of brings the motors in nice and tight, and these are some of his prints that he's designed for it, and this is an amazing route to go as well. If you have any other questions regarding Street League Spec Drone racing, and specifically the frames, drop it in a comment below, or you can visit our Discord. Regardless of which frame you choose, a Street League Spec Drone will be durable. and it will be enjoyable to fly, and it will provide some of the best racing that you have ever been a part of, and I sincerely hope that you enjoy your time participating in Street League. If you enjoyed this,
Next race begins in 4 minutes.
please drop a like and let me know that I'm doing good. I want to bring as much information to you guys as possible and help you enjoy spec drone racing. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
All right, here we go. This is Heat C. And we're starting to heat up here in speed just a little bit. This one going to be DeBits, Tilly, Pliers, and Freedom Duck. And we've seen these guys mix it up a little bit throughout the race. I'm looking at the feed of Tilly right now. He's got boost mode engaged, trying to get the pass. Oh, he goes down. Looks like he collided potentially with Pliers, I think it was. So that is going to be a big bummer there for Tilly. Oh, Freedom Duck goes down. He is caught in the dive gate, and he's trying to get out. We'll see if he's able to. So that's going to be a little bit of a reprieve there for Tilly. He might be able to get another position on. Freedom Duck does manage to get unstuck. Meanwhile, it's going to be DeBits out in the lead, looking nice and solid. As we see the light start to fall here, we're starting to see those beautiful Velocidrone gates light up the night sky. I'm looking at DeBits' feed as he works his way through the Speed Source Slalom. And now on to the Velocidrone Vortex. And that's a beautiful line there from Bits. That is what he's going to need one more time around the track on lap number 3 for Bits.
34.4.
Meanwhile, it looks like we have lost Pliers, so it's going to be Tilly and Freedom Duck playing chase to try to figure out who gets that second place position. Pliers did manage to make it through that start-finish one last time, but you're going to see him drop to the bottom of the order as Tilly manages to get onto that third and final lap as well. So it's going to be DeBits now coming around through the final section of the track. The Velocidrone Vortex for him. Onto the Gem Fan. Start-finish straight away. DeBits takes the win in Heat C. Who's going to get that second place? It's going to be between Tilly and Freedom Duck. Looks like Tilly had the lead there going on to the last lap. He's coming around to the final gate now. Onto the Gem Fan start-finish straightaway. Tilly is going to manage to get that second place. We'll see how he stacks up against the pilots who previously raced. Only going to be good enough for 5th so far, so he's going to have at least 3 pilots between him and Bits. That's not going to be good enough to get him up into the B heat, I don't think, unless we had some pretty big upsets. But DeBits really showing us what he can do. And I think we've seen Bits before start to really warm up as race heats progress. Often fighting for that Elite 8. He's got tons of Elite 8 finishes on his Street League profile on streetleague.io. But I think he's going to be looking to add one more to that stat line by the end of this event. We'll see if he's able to do it as we progress our way on to Heat B now. Coming up in just a little bit.
race begins in 4 minutes.
It's getting darker out there.
Definitely is. I'm looking forward to seeing those LEDs light up the night sky here in Citrus Springs, Florida. And we're going to see who can handle the changing conditions. It's always something to watch out for. I've seen some pilots, they're hot during the daytime, and then it gets nice and cold and dark, and all of a sudden they can't string it together. Meanwhile, other pilots heat up. And something we noticed, actually, during Street League Champs is the lap times fell during nighttime. And what we suspect is that the air density increased, and all of a sudden the quads, you know, at a given RPM, were producing more thrust.
Next race begins in
Which
3
is
minutes.
not something you often get to see. Usually the racing isn't close enough and precise enough that you can actually tell something like that. But the pilots were all so dialed in during our championship points rounds last year that it was a couple tenths there, I think, is what it came out to. And all the pilots pretty much agreed nighttime is when the fast laps start to happen. So we will get to
It'd
see
be
who can
interesting if
handle that extra
that's
speed.
what it is. That's we talked about. You got to start including the weather forecast and the barometric pressure on these streams.
Oh, yeah.
Track that.
It
How would
starts
you
to
know?
matter.
Yeah.
Every little thing these pilots can do, it does make a difference. And even down to the prop, we've got two competing prop companies that we're super proud to be sponsored by. GemFan is, I think, the prop of choice for Team GemFan.
Next
Meanwhile,
race begins in
HQ
2
has quite a
minutes.
few pilots running them as well. And there is constant debate over which prop is better. I've heard a lot of different
Next
opinions
race begins in 10
on
seconds.
both sides of the aisle. And ultimately, that's the type of thing that's
Next
going to
race
get
begins
decided
in
at
5 minutes.
Champs. Last season was GemFan season. We had Russell AR taking the win on his GemFan props. And the season before that was HQ with the heads up setup. Here we go with Heat B. This one going to be tilted. Broad angles, lead fingers, and Bernie FPV. You can see those beautiful HD zero feeds looking nice and crisp, even though it is dusk out there. Oh, an
Tilted
incredible
with the
battle.
whole shot
Tilted
there.
goes
Tilted
down.
down though.
And Bernie going to be playing chase. It looks like to lead fingers. They're super close. They touch. Bernie goes down, and he's going to get the prop wash from lead fingers. Oh, Prode Angles with an incredible Velocidrone Vortex there. Trying to catch up to lead fingers.
34.6.
Yeah, we talked about that. Talked about that consistency of lead, but he actually has dropped down now behind Bernie. So it'd be nice to see him take the win here.
Yeah, actually, I think it is. Oh, yeah, that's right. It looks like Bernie out in the lead. Actually, no, it's lead fingers out in the lead. Bernie in second. Sorry, Prode Angles in second. So it's going to be lead fingers, then Prode Angles.
Yeah, Bernie
Then
fell
Bernie,
back.
then Tilted, who had an unfortunate crash there after a midair.
Lead fingers, lap 2, 34.3.
And now we are
Look at all the
on
different
to lap
ways.
number 3 for lead.
Just look at all the different ways. Just watching that vortex section, because and that's exactly what it was in the sim. And I think even the way it was designed, that element, versus the way that some pilots are flying it.
Yeah, it's not very often. I think it's a rare treat when an element is chosen to be flown different ways and nobody can figure out quite what the fastest way is. I love that mystery, but it looks like Lead Fingers has solved the riddle as he takes the win here in Heat B. Second place is going to go to Prode Angles, and then it's going to be Bernie FPV coming through that GemFan start-finish straightaway, and that's going to be pretty good finishing position for him. I think Lead is maybe knocking on the door of the A Heat here. We will see. But I know that A Heat is stacked, so it's going to take some pretty incredible time to get on up in there.
I'm especially interested to start really paying attention, especially to Group A here, on how they're taking the Velocidrome Vortex.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to taking more note of where they're using their boost mode, because I think there's a lot of different areas on this track that could warrant it. I think you could see boosts all over this track and have them all be pretty viable. I think Leadfingers was, I believe, using his through, which section was it? I think it was just before the turtle mode twist on the wrecked ringer is when I think Lead was using it. But I'm really curious to see if anybody's using it or able to use it really on the Velocidrone Vortex, because I think if you were able to, that could be the spot where there's a ton of time to be gained.
There's several spots, and then speaking of which, you talked about the heavy metal frame. We got turtle mode FPV in the chat, and that's an element too. We are calling the turtle mode twist with that dive gate that I found in the sim was an area where you could absolutely lose a ton of time, surprisingly as well, because it's a short maneuver. But you can pull that way tighter than I expected. Following some of the top pilots on that leaderboard and how they were able to, including yourself up there in the leaderboard, really hugging that twist tightly.
Yeah, there's a certain angle, and you're just trying to shoot that gap just right. But gosh, it is easy to end up too low or too high as you enter it, because you're trying to just ride the ground going into the turtle mode twist, and then you're trying to get just up to the top of the gate and have as much upward velocity as you can as you exit the gate and go into the dive. But it's a tricky section. I think we've seen some pretty good runs on it. We've seen some upsets happen there as well. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how these guys take it.
As we were talking about some of the different elements, we were giving them like skateboard names, right? And that particular element with the turtle mode twist, originally I was like calling it a kickflip, but I think some of them are taking it more like a pop shove it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely all sorts of different ways you can take this, and look, we're gonna get to see those LEDs start to light up. This is my favorite time of day. This is just into the twilight. We're going to get to see the racing heat up here. It looks like Hyper already out into the lead.
J-Box right on him.
Hang on to it. Actually, that's yeah, no, that is Hyper out in the lead right now. J-Box playing close chase there. Oh, beautiful.
Similar approaches there.
And I do see boost modes used by both of those pilots. Actually, sorry, I see it used from J-Box. We're unsure about Hyper. He may be trying to play that close to the chest there by not including it on his race display. Oh, and a little bit of a bobble there from Imperius.
So I just saw that Hyper using his boost right before he came into the Speed Source Slalom. Why do we name it like
it? A little bit of a tongue twister. Just about as difficult for us to say as it is for these pilots to fly. And oh, I love that turtle mode twist there from J-Box. He is catching up to Hyper. And I wonder if he's going to be able to make the pass. That's going to be a tall order as they go on to the Speed Source Slalom. Oh, but just a beautiful line there from Hyper. J-Box still hanging on, though. Meanwhile, it looks like a false read from Imperius, but it's going to be Hyper taking the win. J-Box going to be just in second. Looks like we got an extra read there from Imperius, so our timing system thinks he won. He did not.
Where was he on the track when that happened?
Good question. We're going to go back and marshal that real quick. I want to take a quick peek and see what our final times came out to in reality. We had a short lap there for Imperius at 26 that was not real. All right, so those have been updated. So Hyper took the win, then it's going to be J-Box, then it's going to be Sloth, then it's going to be Imperius. And the fastest lap there between J-Box and Imperius, or J-Box and Hyper, was only separated by a 10th, if even. And only 6/10 separating them after it's all said and done.
Well, faster. That's the time that Hyper just put down as his fastest lap. Was faster than the fastest in practice, which was a 30.7.
So Hyper is turning up. Also, it's getting nice and cool there.
It's getting darker. You were saying.
Yeah, we will see those times drop, partially because the pilots are getting more warmed up, but also because that air density does come into play here. We're starting to see the effects of that now that we've got pilots at the skill level, and also spec racing that's close enough. Honestly, it's been a major challenge here that Street League has had some pretty major success in getting the drones as equal as possible, while still allowing the freedom for our sponsors, our manufacturers to come up with new designs, new propellers, new motors, new frames. They're always pushing and trying to innovate, and that's what we love here. We love to see that innovation, but we also want to see the close racing. So it's been a really interesting balance, and I think we've gotten it to a really cool spot where, you know, the manufacturers are really trying to wring everything out of it, and they're doing a great job at that. And that's why we're seeing the times get even closer and closer and closer. We've got Gank FPV in the chat. It says, hell yeah, Leadfingers, good race. And good race it was indeed for Leadfingers. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek now at our stats. See how things are lining up so far.
You need a pit cam there. I want to take a look at some of these drones the pilots are flying. Do you have any ideas on the types of frames, especially the guys in the A group?
I do, actually. So Hyper is running a custom frame that he has designed called the Big Cream Sandwich. It looks like a big ice cream sandwich, basically. And it's just 2 metal plates with all your parts sandwiched in between. And then J-Box, I believe, is running the Turtle Mode FPV Heavy Metal, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure what Sloth is running. I know Imperius is running the Speed Source Simple 70 with a slight twist. He has stretch arms on it. So one of the first stretch frames that we're getting to see in Street League so far. And it looks like it's working out pretty well for him. And I believe Leadfingers is borrowing a quad from Tilted, actually. He said one last pack before we race, and then promptly destroyed a quad. So he's using a borrowed quad, I think. Maybe he's got it working. It's tough to tell. But yeah, quite a variety of frames here up in the top 8 pilots. And I really enjoy that. I love seeing all the unique things that the frame designers and everybody comes up with. But right now, the story of the night has to be Hyper. He's just racing so well right now. He's not making any races, and this is what he did last year too. He really set the bar super high, and he's doing it again this year. He's got first place in every single heat, and J-Box is gonna have he's having to settle for second. He's clearly up in that top tier of pilot, but just not able to catch those times that Hyper's putting down. I know you were taking note of him a little bit ago, and Hyper raised the bar. J-Box had the fastest time during practice that we saw, but apparently Hyper's had it in the bag the whole time, it seems like. He's had those fast times on lock ever since points round started.
Well, I'm hoping he makes it interesting. And you know, speaking of J-Box, he's been, you know, just continuously improving, and you know, just a shout out to him on his podium in Riyadh, the race that happened. Right, it was the FAI race that happened in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Seeing him up there in third place, and you know, I think it was a pretty big money race too. So it was I think a huge win.
I think he managed to bag 50K. I love
50K
that for him.
On a race, unbelievable. I know there's a ton of challenges with that race, and I just think that speaks even more to, you know, it's pretty consistent. There were some very consistent pilots at the top of the podium, having MCK take the win, and I think Killian in second, right? So
incredible pilots.
You know,
we've seen them compete with Street League before, and we know how good they are. It was actually at this location that MCK took his first Street League win as well. And I think Dubicki got second to him, but surprisingly not by much, despite how talented MCK is. And Killian also competing at that same race. And MCK managing to edge him out there too. But with that said, we have seen Killian beat MCK before, I believe, in some of these races. So it's super exciting to see how these pilots are developing and how they're pushing each other. I think you see a lot of that. When one pilot pushes, the others nearby him also tend to push really hard.
Yeah, luckily at street league races tend to be, especially in a field like this, you're not up against some of the challenges that J-Box and those pilots were faced with. Just incredible video issues, but being able to push through and keep their cool and do the best that they can and end up on top.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him push through so much adversity, and also just he's a great guy. I went down to the Dallas Drone Racing Club just the other day, did some racing with J-Box. I believe that was actually one of their regionals. And I'll tell you what, I showed up and some of my gear was not working. Couldn't tell you why. But J-Box he's one of those guys, he's not going to let you not fly. So he was there, he dropped me some spare parts, and just a quality person. And I think I can say that about pretty much everyone at this event. And really just about everyone in FPV. You see this a lot where these guys are super fierce competitors. They want to win, but they also don't want to just win, they want to beat you. And part of that entails taking good care of the other pilots at the event. They want to see you race even if they want to win. And so it's my favorite thing about the FPV community. I always tell people I came here for the cool gadgets, the cool tech, but in the end I really stayed for the people. And I'm excited to see, all the success that's being had so far at this event. All the pilots racing their hearts out. I think there's a chance J-Box could catch up to Hyper, but it's going to take a little bit of an upset, it appears so far. And we've got plenty of points rounds to go.
Well, let's remember we're in points rounds too, and this is going to come down to the Elite Eight, and things could go a different way. We don't know, but will be interesting to see, especially based on his practice times, J-Box pull off a solid heat here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interesting thing too, you talk about formats a little bit with the Elite Eight coming up. He doesn't have to beat J-Box doesn't have to beat Hyper here. He has to beat him in the Elite Eight. And that's the thing is, like, people talk about upsets sometimes. I do it all the time. But at the end of the day, every single race, every single event, there's one race that's going to decide it. And usually our pilots know when that is. And even if, that last race just isn't the one that goes Hyper's way, for example, I mean, I wouldn't call that an upset. I would just call it what it is. You've got to win in the moment. And I think Hyper knows this. He knows that he has to get all the way there, and then he has to finish the job. And we know that he can do that because he did it last year at Battle of the Ranch. So I think he's going to have a really good shot at doing it again. He is not the type of pilot to make unforced errors. I think he's the type of guy who can bring this thing all the way home. And I think he knows he's got a little bit of speed on J-Box here, and it's going to be on J-Box to pull something out. I think Hyper's in a place where he's comfortable with what he's doing, and he knows he can do it over and over again. And it's going to be J-Box that has to step a little outside of his comfort zone and manage to find something on this track, which can be hard to do. Sometimes you're racing, you just don't know where the time is.
And I was putting some money behind J-Box, but saying that, I mean, Hyper deserves to be where he's at. And in any way, anything, he's underrated in that he's had some serious upsets. Like, absolutely one of the top pilots in the world. Like, he is absolutely mind-blowing, the skill that kid has, and the work that he puts in. And I was going to say he's modest about it, but maybe just at times. Yeah, and I'm also curious, unrelated, you were saying that, most of the pilots you could say are good sports and support. And I'm trying to figure out who you were talking about that isn't.
Oh no, I didn't have anyone in mind that isn't. I'm sure there's one out there. I'm sure somebody will be in the comments like, oh, so and so's a jerk. But
there's got to be someone.
there's got to be someone. We got to find the FPV jerk. Like, who shows up to the race, doesn't share their charger, overcharges all their batteries to the most dangerous level, and never helps other guys get in the air. I'm sure he's out there. I haven't met him yet, though.
Hyper and J-Box also play a lot of Counter-Strike together. I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
You join them at times too, and those guys are tight. And I'm curious to see, like, you know, how competitive they are against each other, especially in a situation in the race where they're clearly the top two guys right now going for gold.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to be on a quick 10-minute break here.
Is this for lighting? It's getting too dark, is my guess.
It looks like we're going to do a little bit of lighting and get this track all lit up. So we will be right back when racing returns here. We're going to be entering Stage 4 Heat D. So stick around, and we'll be right back after this message from our sponsors.
Where'd you go? 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 Where'd you go?
Hi, my name is Imperius, and today I'm going to talk to you some more about Street League. Today's subject, LEDs and electronics. What's legal, what's not, and how can you make your quad look absolutely amazing? Stay tuned. Today I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Street League, LEDs, and electronics. This is the big thing that separates Street League from many other racing platforms, is the look and the view of your quad. So, what's street legal and what's recommended? Taking a look at the Street League rulebook version 3, section 5, we have our rules regarding LEDs. Without getting too much into it, at least one LED must be visible from both the top and the bottom of your quad. It also must be visible from all directions. And intentionally turning off your LEDs during a race is prohibited. Your LEDs must be visible to the human eye, and they must be reasonably bright as determined by the race director. This means if the race director decides that you're blinding people or that they're not visible enough despite being on, you will have to fix that. Because ultimately, this is the goal of Street League. Just a bunch of guys with some amazing looking quads and some amazing looking racing. Now the question, how can you make a Street League quad look this cool? And what do you need to purchase to do so? Well, you're in luck. I'm going to show you guys a couple of popular LED options to make your quad look amazing. The first of which is a simple 5-volt LED strip. These strips are available on the StreetLeague.io shop and are $4.50 per, and they run off of 5-volt power. Important thing to note about these LEDs is that they will require a 5-volt power regulator, but that they're addressable, so you can change their color. And when applied to a quad, they can look something like this. Now, let's say you're okay with them not being able to change color, and you don't want to have to use a BEC. Something like this, the Tiny's X-Class 6S LED, would be something for you. The LEDs only shine one color, but you can apply full 6S power, including 5S, to make these guys light up. These are a great option for one fixed color and minimal amount of effort. If you want to be able to change your color and you're okay with using a 5-volt power regulator and you want something just a little bigger, I recommend the Tiny's Project 399 Rig LED arm. These require a 5-volt regulator but are addressable, and when applied to a quad, they can look something like this. One of the other popular options is what's called a cob LED. These come as a rope rather than individual LEDs. The fun part about these cob LEDs is they can be either fixed color or addressable, and they can be either 5-volt, 12-volt, or 24-volt. Now, if you do happen to go with an LED option that requires 5-volt power, as many do, you'll want to use something like this iFlight 3-6S 5-volt BEC. This allows you to take straight battery voltage and get 5 volts out to power your LEDs. At which point you can connect them to the flight controller or other LED controller and have your addressable LEDs. If you have any questions regarding these products, how to get your LEDs set up, or Street League in general, go ahead and drop them in the comments section below, or head on over to StreetLeague.io and look for the Discord link for our Discord community. The important note here is that a Street League quad should be your own. You want to make it look cool, because ultimately we want to know that it's you who crossed the finish line first. Thank you so much for watching. Drop a like on the video if you liked it, and follow me for more Street League related content. Happy flying, and I'll see you in the next one.
For years, drone racers have been pushing the boundaries, splitting the horizon where the possible and the impossible collide. Every millisecond we shed culminates in the victories we've earned. We tune, we train, we expend every trick in the book to defeat the clock. But what if we had one last option? Introducing Boost Mode, drone racing's first new game mechanic since Crash Recovery. Starting today, you have a new strategic option at your disposal. Find the optimal spots on the track to deploy one of 3 momentary boosts. Get ready or get past as you boost your way to becoming the Street League Drone Racing Champion.
Sleep to showdown again. My mouth filled to hell.
My name is Imperius, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Street League and what makes a motor street legal. Today I'm going to talk about some of the motors currently available that are street legal, and I'm going to give them a rating based on personal experience of their durability, of their cost, and of their performance. But before we get into that, let's talk about what makes a motor street legal. Any of the information that I talk about today can be found on streetleague.io under the Spec tab. When we look at the Street League Rulebook version 3, we have a certain set of specifications for our motors. When we talk about street legal motors, we have a couple of criterias to meet. First of which is only 4 motors are allowed. Cannot have 3, and 5 is right out of the question. When we talk about the size of a motor, what we're looking for is the volume of the stator, and it must be less than 4,950 cubic millimeters. We see that a 1250 kV is recommended. What higher or lower kVs are permitted. We'll talk a little bit later about what kVs are and aren't allowed and what's preferred. And then we have Rule 2.4. Basically, Rule 2.4 says that the motor must be available for people to purchase before its first use at a Street League event. This is to prevent anybody from showing up to an event with a prototype motor that nobody has access to. To make things easy, we're going to talk about 4 of the most common street legal motors. The first of which being the Brother Hobby Avenger 2510 1250 kV motor. This is one of the very first motors to become street legal and is the same specifications as the one used on the DRL Racer 4. It is a 2510 stator size, but the one we're going to look at today is that 1250 kV variant. Coming in at $24.99, this motor runs about the middle of the pack. We're going to give it a 3-star in the price department. While this motor does perform among the best, getting a rating of 4 out of 5 stars in the performance department, it is a little bit of a glass cannon. We're going to give it a 2 out of 5 stars for durability. It has a tendency to snap at the base in wrecks. The next motor that we're going to look at is the first motor to come to the Street League store, and that is the Hyperlight 2807.5 1322 kV. Right off the bat, we're going to give this motor a 5 out of 5 stars for price. It is the best bang for your buck motor that is currently available. As far as durability is concerned, we're going to give these motors a 4 out of 5 stars. Pilots have been running this motor for a while now, and it has held up in gnarly wrecks. On the performance scale, we're going to give these motors a 4 out.
Race begins in 5 minutes.
Alright, here we go. We got Heat E scheduled. So I'm going to be G off. Goddess Randy, duking it out. And it looks like we've got a couple of lights set out on the track. Trying to give our pilots all the visibility they can get so we can enjoy this beautiful night of racing here in Citrus Springs, Florida. I am Sky FPV, your host, and I'm joined here with FP Vegan. And we're
Hoi
looking
hoi!
forward to bringing this race to you.
I'm looking forward. I'm watching Goddess Randy right now. She's picking up the pace, has moved up from 17th to 16th, and just I think one more good heat here could land her in the next bump up.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some potential there. Already moving up some spots. We'll see if she can snag a couple more. But ultimately, I think this has been a pretty fun event for most of our pilots. They've just been enjoying ripping pack after pack on this incredible track. Here we go. Looks like our final countdown has begun for Heat E.
Next race begins in
Again, it's
5
going to be
seconds.
G-Off and Goddess Randy ripping into the night sky. You can see them on those beautiful launch blocks here. at
Oh, we
No
got
Quarter
lights.
Ranch. I gotta say, that is a beautiful launch there for Goddess Randy.
to whiz by each other there.
I love that section of the track. It's just a great place to get. We call it a rear view mirror section, where pilots get to kind of double back on the track and see where their competitors are at. Since real life drones don't actually have rear view mirrors, and you can't really tell who's behind you. Call that section the wrecked ringer. And here Goddess Randy goes onto the wrecked ringer.
38.7.
You can see all those beautiful Velocidrone gates lighting up with that GemFan copyrighted material, retro reflective, much like the street cones you'll see on the side of the street. So it's kind of nice. You get to see the gates light up your color as you go through them.
Check FPV, lap 105.0.
Now you might want to do an update. I can see the lap counter's got 4 laps, but we're doing 3 laps here.
Oh yeah, it does look like we have an extra lap there on it. Maybe something we have to fix for tomorrow. These pilots racing to 3, so they're currently lap 3. Oh no, and it looks like we're gonna lose our feed here. Oh, we got it back. There we go. Slight internet hiccup. So one fun fact about this race is this is actually a remote live stream. So I'm bringing this race to you from Texas, but the race is being held in Florida. And that is one of the reasons we're seeing Quad Force 1 have such a strong presence here. A lot of Florida pilots. And that is a beautiful Velocidrone Vortex there for Goddess Randy. Finishing it out. That's going to be lap number 3 complete.
That's a solid run there, Goddess.
And the sky is lighting up her color, as if to say, this is her race. Beautiful shots here from Citrus Springs, Florida at No Quarter Ranch. And it looks like Geoff trying to get that turtle mode done, trying to make it through the last portion of the track. It's going to be the Velocidrone Vortex.
It was misleading a minute ago because that trackside cam was so dark, and I think I told you to actually bump it down more than it is now. Looking at the FPV feeds, it's still in a bit of a sunset there.
Oh yeah, putting on a show, as our pilots put on a show for us. You love to see it.
Mr. Rick James, R4. Freedom Gun, R8. Flyers, R2. Mr. Rick James, R4. Freedom Gun, R8. Flyers, R2. Mr. Rick James, R4. Freedom Gun, R8.
I think there's still a ways to go. Like finishing after practice, Goddess was actually 10th place overall, and it just had some bad luck here in some of these starting heats, but it's starting to pick it up, like I said.
Yeah, I definitely think we see some pretty good laps here. I think she can make it up into this D heat, but it will definitely require, you know, some of these other pilots to give her the opportunity, we'll say. So we shall see.
We'll see, you know, if pilots deal with the changeover to nighttime any differently.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that before, where pilots will do really good at one and not be able to compete quite as well in the other. But of course, the top guys are going to be the ones who can do both. Doesn't matter what the track looks like, rain or shine, they will be at the top of the podium. And we have seen actually rain here at No Quarter Ranch. Last year was not quite torrential downpour, but it was quite a bit of rain going on, to the point where our pilots were getting very creative with their waterproofing solutions. We won't even call it waterproofing. They were just water-resistant proofing, I guess. But that race was won by Hyper. He managed to succeed regardless of all the chaos, and it was epic to watch.
I mentioned some of the video issues from like say that Riyadh race, and we've been seeing frequently at like indoor locations. And I was just thinking, like, has there been a street league race that you can remember that was an indoor race?
We haven't had official street league races that were indoors. We've done a couple demos.
The demos, yeah.
Yeah, we've done some
like
demos for
monster
some
truck things.
Truck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very fun. Awesome crowd. They love to see the carnage. They especially love the oval racing, we've learned. So you do some oval racing, you usually get a couple good crashes, and they just go nuts when that happens. So it's good fun for the whole family. And it looks
But
like
you do
we've
have
got that
experience.
stadium lighting up.
Oh, there we go. Just thinking, you do have a fair amount of experience with DRL flying big quads indoors, and the one thing with DRL is you always see just the GoPro feeds, right? You don't get to see the video challenges that definitely existed at some of those races. And I was just thinking, what was the most challenging environment that you've flown in with DRL or other?
That's a good question. I think the most challenging, I'm trying to remember the level name actually. It was
What about the ones at the Grizzlies Stadium that was
it was at the basketball stadium.
Yes, the basketball stadium, which was in Memphis.
Yeah, I think it was Memphis.
Mhm.
I remember that one had a spot. It actually wasn't the video so much that got me. It
Mhm.
was the I think there was a spot on the track where the control system we were using didn't quite like to play nice. And so you'd be entering this really tight turn, and right as you entered, you get just a blip of failsafe, I think.
This was like into the corridor.
Yeah, into the corridor.
Oh,
And so you'd failsafe there pretty much every time, just for like a 1/10 or 2/10 of a second. It was barely anything, but it was right when you needed to be inputting, and it was super, super tough. And
Yeah.
luckily these pilots, they get to run all their own gear, so if it doesn't work, it's on them, which is both a good and a bad thing.
and if for anyone who hasn't seen that race, that was you're talking about where you went and you did a split S on a gate that was hanging from the ceiling at a tall basketball arena, and then dove down into a 90-degree turn into a hallway that was completely covered in black curtains.
Yeah, it was quite a race. Oh, looks like Mr. Rick James has gone down there. So we're going to see Pliers lighten up the track here, chasing down Freedom Duck. And it looks like Mr. Rick James trying to change some camera settings here.
Freedom Duck, lap 1, 36.9.
And I wonder if that was why he couldn't take off, was because his camera settings were eating his controls. So he's back up, actually. Mr. Rick James still in it. Looks a little dark on his feed, but I think he'll be able to make it work.
Yeah, it looks much darker over there in his world.
Meanwhile, it looks like it's going to be Freedom Duck out in the lead through the Speed Source Slalom and onto the Velocidrone Vortex. This is going to be the end of lap number 2 for him. Coming through right now, working on lap number 3. And I just love to see here from Freedom Duck. His quad's got those blue LEDs on it, and he's getting to see that in the retro-reflective Velocidrone gates. So he's got nice clear view of each of those gates as he comes through. Despite how dark it is, his quad lights the way. And we tried to mimic that as best we could in Velocidrone. We've actually got Street League gates in there now, and those are also
You're starting
lit
to
up.
see. Look at the reflective tape. Yeah, I think it's going to just start to pop as it gets darker.
And best thing about that, the race directors don't have to buy a bunch of LED material, as Freedom Duck takes the win. Pliers looking like he's going to try to finish out in that second place position. He's got some nice moves through the track as well. And he's going to beat out Goddess Randy there. That's a good run for both of them. Unfortunately, Mr. Rick James not able to finish it out, so he's going to have to call it there.
Yeah, we've seen it. It's a real creative idea with the gates. You know, putting LEDs is can also cost a ton of money, right? To add that on, not to mention the amount of work it takes to put them up.
Yeah.
But we also saw another creative approach at the race at Bluegrass with Tilted and Bernie, the race they put on late
The
last
pitch
year,
black
right?
race.
The pitch black race where they went UV lighting.
Yeah, that
And
was a
then, like,
pretty
yeah.
cool setup. There was a UV baseball game that I think was the inspiration for that, and it just looks so cool. And I love the idea that they had Bernie and Tilted to try to bring that to drone racing a little bit. Mix that with LED lit quads is such an awesome combo.
Yeah, and I think they plan for it to be annual. Let's hope.
Yeah, we're looking at doing it again at some point. We'll see when exactly where.
Next race
And then I will say, I don't want to leak too much,
Tilly FPV, R2,
but we may have a
Tilted, R6.
what's the best way to phrase this? We should end up having a relay style team race at some point here that we're collaborating with them on. And I
It'll
think
be
that'll
like a
be
bit of an
super
exhibition,
cool
yeah.
opportunity for these guys. I think we heard back from all the teams except for one about that. So we're wanting to get all of them in on it. Still waiting to hear back from Velocidrone about it, though.
Tell me about the other big races you have planned and scheduled so far for this year. I'm looking on the website, and I imagine you've got at least some, if not all, the nationals planned.
So we have all of them roughly planned. We wanted to make sure we got, final boxes checked for all of them. But we do know that we will be racing in Houston, Texas, let's see if I can find this. Oh, it looks like we've got a race going. We're going to be racing in Houston, Texas next on the 11th of April. So that's going to be the next race to look forward to. We'll have that up on the
Nice.
website probably tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see that one.
And here we go. It's going to be Tilly, Kabam, Tilted, and Zebra 3. But I'm seeing two quads down here in the gravel. Zebra 3 trying to get up, not able to do so. And Tilted appears he's got RX loss fail safe. So no connectivity to
Zebra's
his
up.
radio. And Zebra 3, yeah, does manage to get back up. That's fortunate for him. Getting those 3 laps is going to be huge. But Tilted, an unfortunate start of the race for him. We didn't get to see how that happened, but presumably a midair between the two of them. I'm guessing they rolled pretty far.
Like right off the blocks.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity here for Tilly and Kabam. That's a pretty... Ooh, Tilly getting a little bit sideways there. And that's going to let Kabam catch up. Kabam has Tilly in his sights. Is he going to be able to make the pass? No, he is not. Tilly's going to hang on to it. Boost mode engaged through the Velocidrone Vortex onto the Gemfan start-finish straightaway. One more lap to go for Tilly.
Now I noticed Tilly's he's boosted at completely different sections of the track.
Super interesting. I
So-
wonder if he heard Kabam getting close to him and decided to use it
Yeah.
to try to stay ahead. Now, I will say I have had times where I forget to hit the boost where I have chosen to use it, and I'll just have to make it up somewhere else.
Then you're just like, yeah, here you go.
So maybe that's what happened to Tilly,
Oh.
or maybe he's just using it where he feels like it works. Either way, though, Tilly's going to feel a lot of relief there getting the win, despite the pressure from Kabam. Kabam coming through in second now. There he is. Meanwhile, Zebra 3 going to try to finish out his final lap after very much turtling at the beginning of the heat there. And a really good recovery hit from him, despite the presumed midair between him and Tilted, who's unfortunately going to be a DNF for that one. Now, here's the interesting thing. It's going to depend on if Tilted made it through that gate or not, because the maximum amount of points that you can earn is dependent on how many people participated in the round. So if Tilted did not manage to make a hole shot, he's not considered to have participated in the round. So there may only be 16 points up for grabs here as a result of Tilted not making it to the hole shot. That is a fun little tidbit that we've thrown into our format, and one of the ideas behind that is it incentivizes the faster pilots to make sure that they're helping out the slower pilots, make sure they have gear that's working, make sure that they're competitively incentivized to make sure that the newer pilots are still able to race. Now in that case, not making a hole shot, not much they could have done to help Tilted there, but it does change how our points are going to stack up here as we head into Heat A.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one for Tilted. A little setback as Tilted's on the cusp right there of currently in 9th, I think, overall after the last stage.
And who was it on the bubble in the C Heat? I feel like we were just talking about somebody who was our C Heat bubble boy. I think it was oh, that was Tilted. He was looking to try to get up in there. It was Bits. And so now I think Bits is up into that B Heat. So he's got a lot of Elite 8 finishes. He's very, very good at getting up into that Elite 8. We haven't yet seen the big, race win for DeBits yet. Actually, maybe we have. I'm going to go check out streetleague.io and search up DeBits and see what he's got.
Well, I got a shout out from Miso. I'm a big fan of yours as well, too, my friend. And West has asked if I'm gonna put on a AI song halftime show. So I might have to work on a little jingle.
Next race begins in 3 minutes.
That'd be amazing. We'll let AI do the work for us. Get us a little halftime jingle. Should we get our own
all
themes?
of my brain.
Like when I introduce you, just give you your own AI jingle.
Let's see how the song turns out first, and yeah, I like the idea, theory.
I love it. Man, things are starting to get dark in Citrus Springs, Florida, here at No Quarter Ranch. As our pilots light up the skies, we will be heading into Heat B here momentarily between Prodangles, Leadfingers, DeBits, and Bernie. Looks like Bernie trying to represent Great Britain here in his profile picture. Bits repping Deadlock, Leadfingers repping Hobbywing, and I missed there what Prodangles is on.
Next race begins
A
in
drone
5
championship.
seconds.
I love that.
Stage 4 Heat B. Look how dark it is now. There we go. A little bit of light. There's the drones whizzing by.
Love that shot of them coming down the whole shot. And I'm looking at DeBits here. He's got quite the view of the chase scene going on here between
Lead currently in the lead.
Bernie and Prodangles.
Yeah, we pointed out there's a big battle here going on between Lead and Bernie. Going back and forth on the leaderboard.
DeBits goes down. Oh, Bernie goes down. I believe he rolled through the gate, but that's going to be a big upset. That's going to give Leadfingers a lot of clean air. Well, maybe a little bit of clean air because Prodangles is chomping at the bit here to try to get ahead. Leadfingers looking fast, though, on lap number 2. Does look like all pilots are back up in the air, and you'll notice that feed from DeBits. He's got his quad nice and lit, and that means that all those gates are going to be perfectly visible for him. Looks like
I noticed
neon strips on each of them.
Are they all red? First, I thought they were green a minute ago. Now they're all lighting up red.
They'll light up whatever color the quad is.
Makes sense. I gotcha.
So the same material that like stop signs, etc., street signs are made out of.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to reflect whatever light you've got on you right back at you. Almost as satisfying as the gate indicator sound on Velocidrone. Meanwhile, on the Velocidrone, Vortex goes Leadfingers, trying to finish out his 3rd lap. On the Gemfan start finish straightaway. And Leadfingers takes the win.
34.0.
Who's going to get that
Where's
second
Bernie in
place,
this?
though? There we go. That is going to be Pro Dangles.
Dangles. Yeah.
36.9.
And it looks like we got a downed quad here from Bernie. He's trying to arm and disarm. Not able to get it free.
Come
he
on,
is,
Bernie.
Actually. Meanwhile, the
Yeah, he's got out of the gate.
Bernie's trying to get that quad up in the air. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. So onto that speed source slalom he goes.
It's going to help tilt his chances. I'll tell you, when we talked about that consistency, what's going to happen to Bernie's score on this stage.
Yeah, a lot of numbers games being played here. Bernie does manage to finish, though. And that is going to be it for Heat B, Stage 4. Got our timer started. We're going to be looking at Heat A here. This is going to be a pretty impressive heat. We've gotten to see them race a couple times so far. This one is going to be J-Box, the Sloth FPV, Imperious, and Hyper. I want to see if I can take a quick peek at our stage points here. So right now, Leadfingers is looking super, super solid. And I think he's going to easily be able to hang on to that 5th place position. These top 4 pilots right here, they're going to be battling it out. And the strategy that always comes into question here is sometimes you'll see the Heat A pilots start to collaborate a little bit. Because they know that if they're battling with each other and crashing out, that's going to be way worse for them than just making sure they get into the Elite 8 and get the job done.
Next race begins in 4 minutes. J-Box, R2. The Sloth FPV, R4. Imperious FPV, R6. Hyper, R8. J-Box, R2. The Sloth FPV, R4. Imperious FPV, R6. Hyper, R8. Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Here we go. This is Heat A. Looks like a false start there. The rule is he will have to go through the start-finish gate last. And who is that? It looks like it is going to be J-Box with the early launch there. Unfortunate for him, but we've seen him get that big fishing pole out and reel some quads in the past, and it looks like he is trying to do that right now. He's got, looks like Imperious set in his sights right now. Meanwhile, there's an absolute battle here going on. Hyper taps. Oh, it's Hyper and J-Box, I believe. And there's the pass. So Hyper hanging on to it. Actually, sorry, that was Sloth battling it out with Imperious, I believe. And I'm seeing right now Imperious trying to catch up to Hyper. Going into the Armatan Ascent and the Speed Source Slalom. So your running order right now is going to be Hyper, then Imperious, then the Sloth, then J-Box, who had that early launch and served his penalty. What an incredible heat this is. All of our pilots making incredible precision turns here through our course. I'm looking at J-Box trying desperately to catch up to that blue quad. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hyper out in the lead, just trying to stave off the advances of our competitors. Oh, and a beautiful Velocidrone Vortex there for Hyper. He's got that move so on lock. And that is going to be it. Hyper takes the win. Second going to go to Imperious. Then it's going to be J-Box. And then it's going to be the Sloth coming around in fourth. So J-Box managing to save one position after it's all said and done, after the false start. But meanwhile, Hyper is just remaining in that top spot. No contention to be had from the rest of our field. Hyper is running away with it, scoring maximum points every single heat so far.
Let's want to keep into that battery.
Let's go ahead and take a peek at our results. And we'll see who is leading our leaderboard. At the moment, it's going to be Hyper. 17 points every single round. And it does look like Tilted actually did manage to make a hole shot there. So, full 70 points, full 17 points awarded. J-Box is going to be in that second place position. This is the first stage where he was not able to get second place. He had to settle for third in that one. The Sloth just behind him, and then Imperious was there to clean up the mistake from J-Box. So he's going to be happy to get that 16 points. He had a little bit of a bumpy ride there in stage 2, so that's going to be a good recovery from him. I think trying to get him back to where he knows he could be on this leaderboard.
Don't get it from light there. Yeah, he's so low, dude. I don't really care about the battery.
We're going to be right back after this quick message from our sponsors.
And are very competitive at the highest tiers of Street League. The next motor we're going to talk about is the Eco 2 2807 motor. And this one's going to come with a little bit of a caveat. It does say that it's rated at 1300 kV, but the actual tested kV of these motors fluctuates a lot. What this means is when you go to tune your motor output limit for your tested kV, you are going to get much more different results. That said, the price point of this motor is fantastic, coming in at just $16.99, so we're going to give it a 5 out of 5 stars there. The performance of this motor is also very good. We're going to give it a 4 out of 5 stars. And the durability of this motor has been tested and true. We're going to give it also a 4 out of 5 stars. And the last motor we're going to look at today is the Xnova 2808. In the performance and durability departments, after testing, we have found that this motor trades blows with the best of the best currently available motors. In the performance department, we're going to give it a 4 out of 5 stars, rivaling any of the motors available today. In the durability department, we're also going to give it a 4 out of 5 stars. It's very rare that they break, but when they do, you know you have wrecked really hard. And while that's all fine and dandy, we're going to have to give it a 2 out of 5 stars for the price point, coming in at $31.99. It's worth noting that these 4 motors we talked about are not the only 4 motors that are street legal, but they are some of the most popular motors among Street League pilots, and for very good reason. In a later video, we'll talk about what we can do on the software side to make sure that any motor you choose to bring is on an even playing field with all of your other competitors. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions regarding Street League, or specifically Street Legal motors, drop it down in the comments below, or head on over to streetleague.io and find the Discord link. We can answer your questions there. Happy flying, and we'll see you in the next one. Hi, my name is Imperious, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Street League spec drone racing. In this video, we're going to cover a little bit about frames. What's legal, what's not, why are the rules that way, and what's available for you to purchase today.
So I can love.
The first thing we're going to look at is the streetleague.io website. Any information that I cover today or don't cover can be found on this website. We have rules about the spec, season races, the streetleague.io store, and links to our Discord, which is where you can find much of our information and new things being posted every day. The first thing we're going to cover in this video is the Street League spec regarding frames. This is the Street League rulebook version 3.0. And when talking about frames, the specifications are all parts, including 3D prints, must be open source. They must be available to the public to download. Each motor must be less than 399 millimeters away from all other motors, so there is a size limit. And then we have some rules regarding the arms. These get a little bit technical, but we'll cover them as best as possible. The arm is defined as whatever material holds the motor. In essence, if you have carbon that goes from the midplate to your motor, the arm is considered the carbon itself and not any kind of print or LEDs you may have on top of it. Now that we have the arms defined, there's a couple of rules regarding the amount of material that must be in an arm. We talk about total convex circumference, which is if you were to take a string around the arm, how long would it be? You need 42 millimeters or more across the thinnest portion. And then we have a total cross-sectional area. For each motor, you must have a cross-sectional area greater than 90 square millimeters, which is, if you were to cut the arm down this plane, this red portion here needs to have more than 90 square millimeters of material. Now that we have the rules for a frame defined, let's talk about what frames are available that meet this Street League spec. The first of which being the original, the thing that started this all, the Project 399 practice rig. Coming in.
See if I can
That's
find another
wild. It just came up with that?
one. Yep, all on its own.
Oh my gosh. Oh, maybe we roll with it.
I'm trying.
I don't know how to
I'm
get
trying
it into
again.
the stream though.
I do.
Oh, you're gonna get it into
Just come right through my mic.
no, there you go. Do we roll with that right now while we're waiting?
Mr. Rick James, R2. Jeff FPV.
Let's see what the next one is.
Oh, here we go. So we've got Mr. Rick James, G-Off, Goddess Randy coming up. Meanwhile, it sounds like Vegan has a little jingle. The AI has been hard at work for him.
Oh, you want a track? Yeah, we're still working on a good one, but am I playing it? Here we go.
Oh, not yet. Hang on. We got heat coming up here. This one's
All right,
Rick James.
you don't want like music to go along with it? Okay, we gotta wait for the
Can we
halftime
play it
show.
to the song or play it to the heat? I say go for it. You got it queued up?
Let's try it.
Well, hey y'all, it ought to be illegal. Trying to drift an immersion
All right,
or
this
see
beautiful
the scrubby
heat brought to you
flatlands of
by
Citrus Springs.
ChatGPT probably.
Sunshine State topography, you're fucking with me. Where I'm from, we get stuck being slow, cause swamps and small town stuff.
This is very peaceful.
But
I
Street
love it.
League's coming to the city.
So calm.
Get with me and see what the
We got some diss
motherboards
tracks coming up
bring.
next.
I know Imperius really needs a win, and I need y'all to show me how you put them in. The #1 Street League drone racing videos, the kind of shit we put on when the director says it's time to stop the show. And all the little angry Don boys talking about Orlando better play nice. The Citrus Springs is coming, ready to take that ass to school, and that's it. Right.
What?
This is great. Citrus Springs is coming.
It's time to get going.
106 and 5.
Y'all join conga lines to
Meanwhile,
reach the
there is a
state
race
line.
happening.
Now tell me what
And,
Who's
Mr.
winning?
Rick James is winning. The honorary ChatGPT song
Y'all
race.
are supposed to be the locals,
Mr.
but
Rich
none of
Working
you
on lap
showed
number
up.
3 right now.
It was us and every single one of y'all, from Ocala to show love. Hey.
Oh, a little tap there from Mr. Rick James trying to hold it together. Goddess Randy unfortunately goes down. That's going to leave G off to try to get that next spot, but doesn't make it. Just lost to a Vortex. Meanwhile, it's going to be Mr. Rick James working on the Street Source switchback. Trying to finish out this lap strong. He's got country music to help him. It doesn't seem to be working. We need more country. Not country.
No, that'd be
apparently.
amazing, Miso.
Oh, there it
It's
is.
not
No,
on the speakers there.
Rick James gets it, and
49.4.
Geoff gets the second place, or is about to. Randy gonna have to settle for third on that one. Absolutely brilliant.
To be the locals, but none of them boys showed up.
All right. Well, that was something.
That sure was something. You know what?
If I do another one, it might be a little spicier. Just FYI.
Oh no. There we go. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Nice heat there from Mr. Rick James, though. Managed to get that first. Beating out Geoff and Goddess Randy. 41-second lap, not too shabby. See who we're looking at next here for the D heat. And so now this is what we were talking about a little bit. We've got Tilted dropping down into the D heat. It's going to be a big deal because he is trying to hold the line for Team Gemfan here. But the D heat is not the place to do that from. I think he's going to need C heat or higher. I think actually B heat or higher is really where things start to heat up. We've got 2 Quad Force 1 pilots tied right now with 2 Cyclone pilots.
Oh shit! It's about to go down. Stage 5. Heat D. We're getting on. We only got one more stage tonight, I believe, and unless we're doing the Winter Series final.
I believe we will be doing. Last I checked, we're doing the Winter Series final. It's only 7 o'clock in beautiful Florida, Citrus Springs, here at No Quarter Ranch, the FPV haven of the Florida region. If you're gonna do drone racing anywhere, that's one place you've got to go experience it. It is just a phenomenal facility. And we love it because we can race late into the night. Got LEDs on all our drones. We've got that retro reflective material on those Velocidrone gates. I think we're going to take a quick break here while our pilots get gridded up. We'll have some racing here shortly.
This rig is easily one of the most durable pieces of carbon I have ever had the pleasure of owning. It was invented as a training tool for Jordan Temkin, or Jet, to train for DRL and to emulate the size and weight of a DRL Racer 4. He has a recommended build here, which includes a lot of, if not all of the items that are street legal, and builds on this frame can look as such. We have the Racer 399, the Racer 4 look-alike, or you can go custom with it and design something totally new. The next frame we're going to talk about is the first frame to come to the Street League store, and that is the Kari X. The Kari X is a True X version of an original design by Alex Dunda at Cloud 10 FPV. He designed this frame to take a lot of inspiration from the Project 399 and make it just a little bit better. The vertical carbon makes for a really cool canopy design, but we retain the same strength and weight of the Project 399 practice rig. So this is a great option for high performance, high durability, and this comes in at $90. And this is what it can look like when built. This is a build by Leadfingers, who absolutely loves Rainbow, and it looks absolutely amazing. The next frame we're going to talk about is the budget frame, the way to get into Street League for the cheapest possible, and that is the RDQ Source 1 7-inch. This does meet the ARM specifications and is readily available on RDQ's website for only $30. It's a great, cheap starting point, but that's not to say that it's not a good frame. With a little bit of ingenuity, it can become an absolutely amazing street legal quad. If you decide that
10 seconds.
Here we go. This is going to be stage 5 Heat D with Pliers and Tilted, as well as Zebra 3.
Is it just 3 of them?
Looks like we got 3 in this heat. As they work their way
I
onto
see.
that jump
I
and
see
start
2
their
lights.
straightaway.
I only saw 2. Oh, 3 are up.
Oh, one of their quads is a little dark out there.
Yeah, maybe.
Only more difficult for him to see the gates since they won't be lighting up for him.
Or maybe they were just too fast. I didn't see them because they all seem
Maybe
to be
it's
lighting up
too
the gates.
speedy. I think that's going to be Zebra 3 in the back playing chase there to Pliers and Tilted. Tilted trying to make it back up into that C heat. I think he knows he's got the ability to do it. He's just got to get the heats down. He did have an unfortunate midair there at the beginning and a really nice line there from Tilted. Boost mode engaged down the
Yeah, that
jump
was
and start
sick.
finish straight away. That is a nice lap for Tilted.
Pliers, lap 1, 38.0.
Pliers, though, not going to give him anything for free on lap number 2. He's playing chase onto that turtle mode twist. And now through the HQ Helix he goes, trying to catch up to Tilted. Oh, Tilted has trouble on the Armatan aerial. Or the Armatan Ascension Gate. And that's going to put him down into second. Pliers now in that first place position. Is he going to be able to hang on to it, though? There's a lap and a little bit left in this race, and Pliers is going to hope he can get through it as quick as he can. Meanwhile, we're going to lose Zebra 3, so it is just a race between these two. You can see Tilted getting a little shaken there, trying to hang on to it, and also trying
Pliers
to catch
looking real
back
good.
up. Yeah, Pliers
Yeah,
is
we were
looking
just-
really good.
We were just talking about how this might be Pliers' second Street League race. We only found 1 in the list and a couple UDL races possibly.
Yeah, and he's taking that little experience that he has. He's putting to good use, but Tilted's trying to catch up here onto the Velocidrone Vortex. Is he going to be able to make the pass? No, he is not.
No.
Pliers takes the win.
Pliers, lap 3, 37.1.
Tilted going to settle for second there.
35.
Probably a little frustrated at that one, but a really solid comeback there on the last lap. Super fun battle to get to watch.
Yeah, I want to see how they stack up because Pliers currently sitting in 14th after the last stage, but then coming up on top ahead of Tilted, who's in 9th.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take an early peek at our points, actually. This is about halfway through, so nothing's finalized yet. You can see stage 5, a lot of DNSs because those pilots haven't raced yet. However, that race does put Pliers above Tilted by 1 point for sure, at least. So if some pilots slot in between the two of them, it could turn into an even bigger deficit. But they were pretty close in that race. So I don't expect that. I expect that to be a 1 point difference between Pliers and Tilted by the end of the stage. But yeah, that was not the heat Tilted wanted, and it was everything Pliers could have asked for sure. We're going to be jumping into our next stage here shortly. This one going to be Tilly FPV, Kabam, and Freedom Duck. Racing next. We're going to jump to our sponsors, and we'll be right back with some more racing.
and you don't know where to go to turn that into a real Street League quad, I recommend visiting Toker Designs in CNC. He is amazing at cutting carbon and doing 3D prints for all of your build needs, and the carbon that he cuts is absolutely amazing. made in the US. It's incredibly strong. It's this twill weave you can see up here. It's so difficult to break this carbon, it's ridiculous. And some of his original designs are amazing. This is what he likes to call the squash. It's a little bit shorter and the body is a little bit smaller, kind of brings the motors in nice and tight, and these are some of his prints that he's designed for it, and this is an amazing route to go as well. If you have any other questions regarding Street League Spectron racing, and specifically the frames, drop it in a comment below, or you can visit our Discord. Regardless of which frame you choose, a Street League Spec drone will be durable, and it will be enjoyable to fly, and it will provide some of the best racing that you have ever been a part of, and I sincerely hope that you enjoy your time participating in Street League. If you enjoyed this video or if you found it informative, please drop a like and let me know that I'm doing good. I want to bring as much information to you guys as possible and help you enjoy spec drone racing. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Begins in 10 seconds.
Here we go. Terminal countdown
Next
has
race
begun.
begins in 5 seconds.
Stage 5, Heat C.
Now it's nighttime racing. There we go.
Yeah, you see those LEDs all through. 1, 2, 3. This one going to be Freedom Duck, Kabam, and Tilly FPV. Right now, Tilly out in the lead. Actually, sorry about that. That's actually Kabam and Freedom Duck duking it out for the lead. Freedom Duck just playing chase in second.
Kabam's been solid, and again, using all the boosts, it seems, right off the rip.
And there we see Freedom Duck using a boost. That's his first one used. Oh, and they collide. They come together through the Velocidrone Vortex gate.
Oh, no.
And that's going to completely change their lines going into it. And Freedom Duck trying to recover, but it looks like Kabam is just going to... That was perfect for him. That was just a perfect little upset, and that let Tilly out in the lead, who now loses that lead to Kabam. Or sorry. Oh man, who is in the lead here? It's gonna be Freedom Duck
you
now.
got
Back
mixed
up into the lead.
Kabam fell back. Kabam fell way back.
Several mix-ups there, all at the same time.
Freedom Ducks found their way to the lead at the moment. Then we got
Despite the
Kabam and
collision
Tilly.
there.
Oh, no, Tilly.
Unfortunate for Tilly. He goes down. Kabam having some trouble with that Velocidrone Vortex. Meanwhile, Freedom Duck spreading the message of freedom all across Florida, lighting the track up blue. He is absolutely shredding here. Onto the HQ Helix he goes. And the Armatan Ascent. Nice smooth line from him there. And the Speed Source Slalom. It's all Freedom Ducks to lose here as he tries to finish out the final lap of the race. He is looking strong. Freedom Duck down the Gem Fan, start finish straight away, and Freedom Duck takes the win. Who's going to get that second place, though? It was close for a second. Kabam had a bobble, and that is going to let Tilly get the second place finish. Kabam rounded out for third.
Like looking at it here, we have Pilots Pliers and Tilted both ahead of Freedom Duck, even though this is Heat C.
Yeah, normally these pilots would be expected to be beating Pliers and Tilted based on how the points have gone so far. But so many mix-ups, such an incredible battle there between them all that they had to contend with each other. They didn't have time to look at the leaderboard. That's honestly the racing I like to see, though. That's what we get entertainment out of here. Freedom Duck managing to pull through.
Red fingers are 4. The gates are 6. Burning FPV are 8. Top angles are 2. Red fingers are 4. The gates are 6.
We got our next heat of pilots coming up here in just a moment. It's going to be Prode Angles, Lead Fingers to Bits, and Bernie FPV. We'll get to see them race just after this message from our sponsors. I'm really looking forward to this one. I think Pro Dangles, Leadfingers, Bernie, DeBits, this is an absolute slugfest of a heat right here. These guys are all so similarly skilled. And similar amount of points at the current moment. And they are just dying to stay up in the top 8 going into this final portion of the night.
Yeah, well, this is the cusp right here with this group. But actually, I mean, Freedom Duck, now he's had an extra heat. But like Leadfingers at the moment, 10 points ahead of Pro Dangles. Bernie had an upset on the last stage, so currently sitting at 38.
I think Leadfingers definitely differentiate himself, not so much from speed, but I think mostly from the consistency. He's always getting those good laps every single time. And I don't think he's really necessarily, like, his times are really good. I think right now they're faster than what these guys are able to, but not by nearly as much as the points would lead you to believe. So it's just been a solid run for him. We've seen it before, and I'm personally super stoked to see him doing well here. I think he's going to have a really awesome time in Elite 8. I think he's got a good shot of being there. It would take a pretty big upset for him not to end up in the Elite 8. And then I also saw a comment earlier on, just since we're talking about how our pilots are doing, Goddess Randy actually on a backup radio. So that definitely makes more sense because we've seen Goddess Randy perform at a pretty high level. And not quite able to do that here with the new equipment. So trying to get by, do a little bit of damage control. Here we go, though. Terminal countdown has begun. It's going to be Pro Dangles, Leadfingers, DeBits, and Bernie FPV.
Yeah, that'd be a huge thing for me. I don't know. I don't think I could just pick up someone else's radio and competing anywhere near my best.
Yeah. Luckily, these are some of the best pilots, definitely in Florida right now, all duking it out on the track. Leadfingers trying to get that lead and hang on to it, but he's got quads in his feed. Meanwhile, I'm looking at DeBits and Bernie FPV duking it out. Through the Armatan ascent they go onto the Speed Source Slalom. Oh, a little upset there. Bernie goes down using the boost.
Oh, no.
A second upset for Bernie. Managed to stay in the B heat despite the first one. And surely now, if he can't get it together, he's going to drop back even further. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Leadfingers dropping the heat here. On the turtle mode twist he goes. Oh, a little clip there. The announcer's curse kicking in. And it does look like Bernie managed to get back up, so completing 3 laps would be huge for him right now. He really needs that after the mistake he had last round. But DeBit's going to be hanging on to that third place. I thought so too. And here we go with Leadfingers. All the way on to... I keep forgetting the name here. That is the
you talked about
ringer.
A wrecked ringer. Oh, yeah. You talked about, Led with his consistency, but he also has finished better than anybody else in this group right now.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's trying to finish it out in first. Through the Velocidrone Vortex he goes one last time. He is using that boost onto the Gemfan start-finish straight away. And here it is. Leadfingers takes the win here in Heat B. DeBit's going to settle for second. I say settle, but that was a pretty strong round for him. Third place is going to go to Pro Dangles, and Bernie is very fortunate to be able to finish out these laps here. Because another big DNF there for him could have ended his run on the podium for this event. And there it is, 3 laps for Bernie. That's pretty big for him. Glad to see him manage to finish that out.
At the end there, too, it looked like Led only used 1 boost that whole race.
Oh, he may be keeping some in the back pocket.
I think so.
Love to see the strategies that unfold. I love to see this high tier of competition. And the highest tier of competition for the event so far is coming right up. This next one These are your pilots. We're going to be looking at J-Box, the Sloth, Imperious, and Hyper. They have been battling it out all event long, but the pilot to beat remains. It is going to be Hyper with a perfect score so far. We expect nothing less. He is a multi-race winner, a multinational winner. He's done an incredible job all event long, but J-Box, Imperious, Sloth, they have all made it difficult for him. They've made it such that if he makes even a single mistake, they're going to be right there breathing down his neck. I cannot wait to see how this unfolds, if these guys are going to be able to even sneak a single win on him when he's just been so dominant.
It's going to happen right now. This is J-Box's heat. I'm telling you.
It could be. This is Street League Drone Racing, Battle at the Ranch, presented by Velocidrone, and we are waiting for J-Box, the Sloth, Imperious, and Hyper to show us what they've got in the A-Heat, the fastest group of pilots in the event so far. And they've been showing us some incredible line work, some incredible technical expertise on these FPV drones. It's been incredible to watch. This is the top tier of FPV drone racing. At the start of our season, we're getting treated to some amazing laps here. And we've got so many more to go. We have 4 nationals total, including this one, followed by our championship. And not only are these pilots earning points for their overall season championship opportunity, they're also earning points for their respective teams as part of the Legions Cup series. So right now, the pilots you're looking at, J-Box is on Cyclone, the Sloth is on Quad Force 1, Imperious is on Cyclone, and Hyper is on Quad Force 1. So 2 teams here going head-to-head. They've made their way up into... It looks like they're going to get into the Elite 8 at the end of this. It's pretty much sure, as long as nothing catastrophic happens. But the real question remains, is the tie going to be broken? Right now, it's Hyper in first, Sloth in fourth. And then it's J-Box in second, Imperious in third. That's just a tie. That doesn't really do either of these teams any good other than securing, the 1-2 position. But they really want to be in that number 1 position. So is that order going to break at any point during this event? It's going to be tough to say. It's going to come down to not only just the points rounds, but the Elite 8 that's happening tomorrow night. So make sure to subscribe to Street League Drone Racing here on YouTube. If you want to make sure that you catch that, hit that bell icon. Make sure that you catch all the action as we go into Terminal Countdown for Stage 5, Heat A. J-Box, the Sloth, Imperious, and Hyper. We're going to get to watch them rip through the night sky here in Citrus Springs, Florida. Oh, another early launch. Who was that? We're going to find out here in a second as we get our FPV feeds up. And it looks like Hyper with the early launch. And he knows the hole shot rule. If you false start, you must be the last person through the start-finish gate. And so Hyper's going to get out the big fishing pole that we've seen him reel in the past and try to catch up to some of these pilots. He is already making the pass on, looks like the Sloth there, and a little tap. They're coming together. Hyper keeping it clean, though. Meanwhile, though,
it's Imperious in first.
Imperious in first. He's trying to get his
J-Box
first heat
second.
win here. This is an incredible heat. These pilots are absolutely shredding, not leaving anything on the track. And I think the one exception to that may end up being Hyper, who had that mistake early on using boost mode through that speed source switchback. And now onto the Velocidrone Vortex. Hyper trying to catch up, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He's stuck in the prop wash of his competitors. It's going to be Imperious hanging on to that lead. J-Box playing chase in second. And I think the only pass here that Hyper may be able to get is potentially on Sloth. This is the final lap. Imperious coming on to the final portion of the track. Oh, the mistake! Imperious goes down. J-Box makes the pass. J-Box takes the win. Imperious is now been had by both Hyper and J-Box. He's going to settle for third. And the Sloth comes through in fourth. Looks like a missed read from him there. So results still pending.
Pretty sure Hyper heard me on that one. I did call J-Box taking the win there and saying.
Yeah, that was an incredible call. I can't lie.
Sometimes you just pull things out of your ass and then it happens, and then you take credit for it.
I'll tell you what, that was this is why you're chief analyst.
There you go.
Mr. Travis, because you called that perfectly. You said this is the heat where Hyper crumbles to the ground. Those were your exact words.
I'll take the blame. I don't know. I sent that voodoo, the vibes over there. And I don't know what happened there at the beginning when you said you think he made he launched early. Huh?
Yeah, that was where it all began. So this will be the first round where Hyper did not score maximum points. We're going to take a quick peek here at our stats. Let's see how things are shaking out after stage 5. So
well, after all that too, Hyper still taking second. It was hard to follow there at the end, but Imperious ended up finishing third.
Yeah. Still a solid run for Imperious. Third ain't bad. And especially when it's third, compared to everyone in the field. So still a good run from him. J-Box, though, just absolutely stepping up. Made sure to apply the pressure to Imperious the entire race. Imperious easily could have walked away. That was an intense race. He had to hang on to it. But J-Box definitely took that opportunity to get the pass. He made sure he was applying pressure the whole time. It just worked out so nicely for him. And that's a win that I think he really deserves. He's been getting second, third, and now finally gets that first heat win. I think that's going to be a big confidence boost for him going into the final points round of the night. And I believe we'll have to correspond with our race director, but we may be looking at doing the Winter Series Championship event here after this final points round. So we may get to find out who the fastest in the South is. And all those warm weather states that you love to travel to during the winter. Well, we're going to see who's the fastest in all of those states. Right now, it's looking like it's Hyper. But J-Box is definitely there to compete. And Imperious here ripping as well.
It'll be a little early sign of what we're gonna see tomorrow, because who's in that list? We got Tilted, Leadfingers, Hyper, the Sloth, J-Box, Prodangles, Tilly. Is that 8?
Let's see. Is Tilly there? Tilly is there. So if you'd like to know how the Winter Series Regional is shaping up so far, you can check out streetleague.io, and under Series in the bottom right there's the Winter Series, Winter Regionals. So right now the leader in that series is West FPV. However, he is not present, so must be present to win. I think he was planning on coming to this race but ended up not being able to. And then Tilted actually is the next leader. So he had the opportunity to come here, compete. And the way this is going to work is we're going to take the top 8 points pilots after stage 6. And of those pilots, out of the points rounds, we're going to take the top 8 pilots who were in attendance for the Winter Series races prior to this. And we're going to tally up all those points. We're going to add them to their current Winter Regionals standings, and we're going to take the top 8 from the Winter Series standings. We're going to put them in an Elite 8 and see how they do. And maybe now is a good time to talk about the Elite 8 format, because it's also a little bit different than how many series tend to run. So here's the basic breakdown. We're going to take our top 8 pilots and break them off into 2 groups of 4. So you've got your semifinal A pilots and you've got your semifinal B pilots. Each of the semifinals is going to race twice. In each of those races, the winner will advance to the top 4. Then once we get to the top 4, it's a single golden heat to decide it all. You get one chance to try to take that win, and that's going to decide your podium. It's going to decide 4th place as well. We will also run a, I'm forgetting the exact terminology here, but we'll run a consolation heat as well to decide positions 5 through 8. And that'll be the same format. One race to decide places 5th through 8th. And that'll be it. That'll be our Winter Series Championship decided. But we've got one more stage of points rounds here, so nothing has been decided quite yet.
I don't want to dwell on it because it's, nothing, you can't make it perfect. But, West, who's in the chat, he's currently tied for points in that series. And it's unfortunate. There's a few names on there that would have been great to have had in this competition, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, I think it would have been really cool to see Chetmac there. West FPV, obviously. It would be amazing to see him competing in this.
Mm-hmm.
Tied
AK's
for
in
first,
7th.
AK, yep, managed to. And he's an Arizona boy, so they get to do all their best racing during the winter. So, not able to represent here, which is interesting, because I believe he's also competing in Legion's Cup. I believe he's on Team Cyclone.
AK?
I think so. Let me double check.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And West is on Quad Force 1.
Yeah, that could
So
have been
is
2
Dubicki,
heavy
but he's-
hitters.
So is Dubicki, but he said he was washed in the chat. We know
He
that's
says
not
that
true.
a lot for somebody who's regularly on the podium at our championships.
100%.
But I think he's one of those guys where the more technically washed he is, the faster he goes. At least that's my estimate. The less he practices, he just gets better.
It is an exciting thing about, this team format that you're introducing is that we're going to see different names representing the teams depending on where the race is, right? And who can attend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's some strategy to that too, where it's like maybe West could only afford to go to 2 races this season. And maybe his team's trying to, plan it out so that he goes to the ones that have the most impact. Which, to be honest, is what some of our pilots are trying to do with their street cred anyway. So, there definitely could be some team tactics here. And we've even seen some interesting scenarios where a team will choose not to send all of their pilots to a given race unless they think they have a good shot at winning it. Because otherwise you're feeding street cred to the other teams. So it definitely gets really interesting. There's a lot of strategy there. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. And again, half of the street cred for the season is decided at the championship. So it is not over until it is over.
Next race begins in 2 minutes. Next race begins in 10 seconds.
So we're going. All right, we're on to stage 6. So this is the last stage of the evening for regular racing.
Here we go. Pilots off the line. Nice and clean here. See, the E-Heat pilots can do it just fine. I don't know what's up with the A-Heat pilots. Although maybe I spoke a little too soon. Mr. Rick James has a little bit of trouble there as he goes on to the wrecked ringer. Turn 1 is always a bit tough in any form of racing, and this track is proving to be no different. We're seeing Goddess Randy trying to figure out that new radio system. Definitely not gear that she's comfortable with, but making it work around the track. Meanwhile, it's going to be Geoff out in the lead right now, I believe. Actually, sorry, it is Goddess Randy out in the lead.
Oh yeah, way out.
Far enough to almost make the rest of the field look like lap traffic. I think this will be a round that she's happy with. It's been a bit of a struggle in her earlier rounds, but this is starting to come together really nicely. Starting to get comfortable with that gear, I'm sure. And having no problem making it happen at night here in Citrus Springs, Florida, No Quarter Ranch. A beautiful.
I'm nice and cozy at
cluster.
home, but I wish I was there. You know, it'd be nice.
Yeah, it looks like a great time. It's all our
What about
friends.
You were talking about it's a Nashville race. You said that you might be announcing soon.
Yeah, so this is a it's actually not a nationals race that we're looking at announcing. We have another team event coming up. We're waiting on confirmation from one last team before I think we solidify it. But we also have a pretty cool venue that we're looking at, and I can't wait to announce more. But I do have to
Gotcha.
tease it.
Still secret details. Gotcha.
Secret details, yes. But we're looking at having some more spectator-friendly racing this year. So I think team racing is a great opportunity for that. Oh no, it looks like Geoff going down here, trying to get back up.
We keep saying Geoff. I'm pretty sure it's Jeff PV. Just saying we've
Jeff
probably
PV. I'm
we've
so
probably been
stupid.
I've been saying Geoff the whole time too. I don't know why.
It's Jeff PV. How could I miss the play on words? It's beautiful. Nice flying here though, trying to get those 3 laps. That'll be worth street cred for sure.
Finish.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Oh no! Did they go in? I don't know.
Bonk. I think that's a close one to call. We'll let the YouTube warriors judge that one for us.
Yeah, did Geoff go through the?
There it is. That is Heat D Stage 6 completed.
Completed, but and it was Jeff was the only one that. It's because the FPV's all capitalized. That's what it is. We got the small F
yeah.
going on here, you know.
See, it's all about those capitalization. Like, I always struggle with. Do you camel case it? You put an underscore like Goddess Randy. I know that DeBits, has his way that he prefers.
Yeah, or you
J-Race
just
doesn't
go with
start his with a capital.
yeah. Maybe you just go with Geoff and stick with it. You just live with that.
A good name either way. I like Mr. Rick James. He's got a nice camel case going on. I trust that man. All right, well, we're going to be looking at our next group of pilots here in just a moment. This one going to be Pliers, Tilted, and Zebra 3 coming up next.
So just
Where'd you go?
next race in 10 seconds. Pliers, Tilted, and who else we got there? Here we go, stage 6. Heat D getting near the end of today's points rounds. Starting off with Pliers looking solid tonight, coming through the wrecked ringer. Looks like they're in second place right now. Tilted with some trouble. Letting the Pliers make the pass here, coming around into the HQ Helix. Zebra 3 is out.
Ooh,
Pliers tilted neck and neck. Looks like Pliers here coming on to lap number 2, currently holding the lead.
There's the boost from Tilted.
And a boost from Pliers, boosting right on the lap transition.
Pliers has the
That'll-
1 point lead on Tilted right now. Tilted trying to change that.
Tilted trying to put on that old Coctua on him here.
Oh no. Oh, still in it. We'll see if he can make it work. Oh, that was a very nice Velocidrone Vortex
was
from Pliers.
Unreal. Still only one boost used there. It boosted right there in the ringer.
And it appears as though Tilted is out of boosts to use. He's going to have to do it on merit here through the HQ Helix.
On the board, these two are pretty close. Tilted is just behind him, 13th, Pliers in 12th.
And there it is.
Currently on the leaderboard.
Tilted takes the, or Pliers takes the win. Tilted gets second. I gotta say, I am super impressed by Pliers. His second Street League
I'm
race
with you.
ever. And I believe his 5th drone race ever.
No.
I believe so. He is a
5th drone race
relatively
ever?
new pilot who's been training with Imperius out of Salt Lake City.
Well, they seem to know what they're doing. So Pliers has joined GemFan with Tilted. So they're on the same team. With Lead, Bernie, Desert Rat, Lazy Day, AC, yourself, Sky, and Proximo.
It's a pretty solid team, if I do say so myself. I'm looking to throw some big hands here in Houston, Texas in a couple weeks. National number 2.
And is your team filled out? You said that, what's the max number? You said 10, and you have 9 at the moment.
Max
so you got
number.
one more spot. But for anybody who's like looking to get in and potentially join a team, it looks like there is room on Velocidrone, Cyclone, Quad Force is full.
Yeah,
And
Quad
then
Force is the
Gem Fan's
only
got
team
one
that's
spot.
full.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how these teams play this, because there are definitely more pilots available, but it's all about convincing them. I think a lot of pilots want to be on the cool teams. I know that Cyclone is a heavily coveted spot to be on. Papa Woody treats his pilots pretty well, and they've got a history in team drone racing. They've been racing a lot in DCL and having some pretty big success there. Won't spoil anything in case you want to go watch those races and watch some of their success, but J-Box is one of their heavy hitters in other forms of team racing, and it looks like he's going to do it again for them here in Citrus Springs, Florida. And I gotta say, Imperius is a solid pickup for Team Cyclone as well. I think Imperius is likely to go to more than just this race, and I believe that J-Box will almost for sure be in the Texas National. That's at least 2 good races for him.
Next race begins in
Got Heat C coming up with Tilly, Kabam, and Freedom Duck. There's been some good races in this heat. Honestly, all of these heats have been pretty epic. This one especially.
3
I see
drones
red,
up.
White, and blue
Red, white, and
go from
blue.
start finish.
Yeah. That's what I saw.
That's beautiful.
Tilly, all the way into the trees almost.
Oh my goodness.
Almost lost one there.
Boost mode engaged. Out of the wrecked ringer. And another boost being used early on. So Tilly going to use those boosts to try to get back in the game. Be a force to be reckoned with.
Kabam making the pass on Freedom deck there. Had some trouble in the slalom.
Oh, Tilly goes down there. Just not quite enough throttle. Actually, to be honest, his throttle is probably pinned.
Okay, well, now we got a race here. Kabam in red. I'm watching the chase cam right now of Freedom Duck.
And Tilly using
Swinging
his
around
final
here.
boost to try to catch up. But oh Freedom
no.
Duck.
Freedom heard me. He went down.
Oh, Kabam has some issues too, though, so it's not over till the fat lady sings. And I'm seeing a race now between Tilly and Freedom Duck. This is a treat. Tilly makes the
Yes, you are
pass.
with the pass.
Oh, and Freedom Duck gets the pass back. Who's going to be able to hold on to it through the Speed Source Slalom? Tilly in the lead now. Well, in the second place position.
Kabam a lap back? Because
it's actually Kabam in the lead. Tilly in second, Freedom Duck in third. But a beautiful pass there from Tilly, just doing an incredible job keeping it together. It is Kabam out in the lead right now. And I think Tilly has the raw speed on Kabam, but it's just going to come down to whether or not Kabam can finish this out strong. Tilly making great strides. It's all about this. Can Kabam get it? He gets through. Tilly is on his tail,
yeah.
But Kabam takes the win. And here comes Freedom Duck finishing out in third. What a great race. Again, though, we're seeing Pliers and Tilted edge these pilots out for points, though. So they're trying to crawl back up into that C heat. One of these pilots is going to be at risk. Two of these pilots actually are at risk here for dropping down a heat. What an awesome heat. Solid times from our pilots as well. Kabam taking the win. We're going to take a quick peek at our next group of pilots. This one going to be Pro Dangles, Leadfingers, DeBits, and Bernie FPV. And we will enjoy watching them race here in just a moment.
Hi, my name is Imperius, and today I'm going to talk to you some more about Street League. Today's subject, LEDs and electronics. What's legal, what's not, and how can you make your quad look absolutely amazing? Stay tuned. Today I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Street League, LEDs, and electronics. This is the big thing that separates Street League from many other racing platforms, is the look and the view of your quad. So, what's street legal and what's recommended? Taking a look at the Street League rulebook version 3, section 5, we have our rules regarding LEDs. Without getting too much into it, at least one LED must be visible from both the top and the bottom of your quad. It also must be visible from all directions. And intentionally turning off your LEDs during a race is prohibited. Your LEDs must be visible to the human eye, and they must be reasonably bright as determined by the race director. This means if the race director decides that you're blinding people or that they're not visible enough despite being on, you will have to fix that. Because ultimately, this is the goal of Street League. Just a bunch of guys with some amazing looking quads and some amazing looking racing. Now the question, how can you make a Street League quad look this cool? And what do you need to purchase to do so? Well, you're in luck. I'm going to show you guys a couple of popular LED options to make your quad look amazing. The first of which is a simple 5-volt LED strip. These strips are available on the StreetLeague.io shop and are $4.50 per, and they run off of 5-volt power. Important thing to note about these LEDs is that they will require a 5-volt power regulator, but that they're...
Begins in 10
Well,
seconds.
here we go. This is going to be Heat B.
Next
Road
race
angles, lead
begins
fingers
in
to
5
bits, and
seconds.
Bernie FPV gritting up and getting ready to launch. Four quads up in the air, no midders so far.
Don't.
I see boost engaged for Bernie FPV. Look like he's doing a little bit of boost dumping, but that's actually not going to work out for him. He's now in that back spot with no boost left. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lead Fingers leading the way as Bits tries to chase him and Protangles chases him. Just as I say that, the Bits bottoms out. That's going to leave the battle to be between Lead Fingers and Protangles. Lead Fingers is on a little bit of an island here points-wise. He's got plenty of points to stay up in the B heat, but not enough to catch up to the boys in the A heat. Now, with that said, Vegan and I were just talking, and we think that any big crash from the A heat could open the door to Lead Fingers, but it's going to depend on how they race in this heat coming up. A beautiful run here from Lead Fingers so far. And it does appear that he's got boosts in the tank, not even using his full potential here. This isn't even his final form as he goes around the HQ Helix and onto the Armatan Ascension.
This is the third heat, so we're not going to see it, but I just noticed he takes a completely different approach on the wrecked ringer. Through the second switchback, he goes like right to left.
Yeah, I've seen pilots take different routes there, as Lead Fingers takes the route to victory. Meanwhile, it's a close battle for the second place position. Who's going to get it? Protangles hangs on to it. DeBit's going to settle for third. And then it's going to be Bernie in fifth. That was a close one there at the end.
Well,
and there are your heat results. Both our race directors were in that heat, so I think I'll help them out a little bit here. And we're going to be looking for our A heat. This one going to be J-Box, the Sloth FPV, Imperious, and Hyper. Yet again, this heat is pretty much unchanged since Stage 1. These pilots have proved themselves to be the dominant force here. We'll see if that continues. On to the final point stage for the night. We're going to be rolling into 6 more points rounds, potentially up to 6 more tomorrow. But tonight, we're going to be settling a score to see who the fastest Southern pilot is. All those Winter Warriors are going to settle the Winter Regional Championship tonight. Right after these points rounds, we'll do some tallying after this heat. Figure out who has made it into that championship Elite 8 final. And decide our Winter Series champion. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll have this A heat coming to you briefly.
Now, let's say you're okay with them not being able to change color and you don't want to have to use a BEC. Something like this, the Tiny's X-Class 6S LED, would be something for you. The LEDs only shine one color, but you can apply full 6S power, including 5S, to make these guys light up. These are a great option for one fixed color and minimal amount of effort. If you want to be able to change your color and you're okay with using a 5-volt power regulator and you want something just a little bigger, I recommend the Tiny's Project 399 Rig LED arm. These require a 5-volt regulator but are addressable, and when applied to a quad, they can look something like this. One of the other popular options is what's called a cob LED. These come as a rope rather than individual LEDs. The fun part about these cob LEDs is they can be either fixed color or addressable, and they can be either 5 volt, 12 volt, or 24 volt. Now, if you do happen to go with an LED option that requires 5 volt power, as many do, you'll want to use something like this iFlight 3-6S 5 volt BEC. This allows you to take straight battery voltage and get 5 volts out to power your LEDs. At which point you can connect them to the flight controller or other LED controller and have your addressable LEDs. If you have any questions regarding these products, how to get your LEDs set up, or Street League in general, go ahead and drop them in the comments section below, or head on over to streetleague.io and look for the Discord link for our Discord community. The important note here is that a Street League quad should be your own. You want to make it look cool, because ultimately we want to know that it's you who crossed the finish line first. Thank you so much for watching. Drop a like on the video if you liked it, and follow me for more Street League related content. Happy flying, and I'll see you in the next one.
For years, drone racers have been pushing the boundaries, splitting the horizon where the possible and the impossible collide. Every millisecond we shed culminates in the victories we've earned. We tune, we train, we expend every trick in the book to defeat the clock. But what if we had one last option? Introducing Boost Mode, drone racing's first new game mechanic since Crash Recovery. Starting today, you have a new strategic option. This is going to be Stage 6, Heat A. Terminal countdown has begun. It's going to be J-Box, the Sloth, Imperious, and Hyper. And a beautiful launch, all 4 quads in the air. Nice tight pack as they go on to lap number 1.
This is the one last points heat of the night. Who do we got here in the lead? I see the Sloth chasing. Hyper is behind. Imperious currently holding the lead. Flipping around, coming through that Armaton Ascent.
Man, and this is anyone's game, but usually it goes to Hyper. At least it has been until the last round. He's going to try to get back on top here.
He is. He's got it. Imperious is right on him.
Imperious is pushing here, trying to give some pressure to Hyper. And Hyper just with a slightly cleaner line there through the turtle mode twist. Imperious not giving an inch. Boost mode engaged for Hyper, though. He's going to try to build that space up just a little bit. Only one boost mode remaining for Imperious, though. He taps the pole on the Velocidrone Vortex and goes down. That's going to leave space for J-Box to jump up into second. So the Sloth now in third. And Imperious finally manages to get back up. It's going to be a slow run for him, though. Unfortunate. Wonder if he had prop damage from that clip he had with the gate. Meanwhile, though, Hyper just loving life here, out in first. He's got no competition and clean air for days. The Velocidrone Vortex and the Gem Fan start finish right away. Hyper takes the win.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about losing that last one. He's absolutely destroyed that.
Hyper makes a statement. The one tiny mistake. Now, we saw that last year. He made a mistake in the last 2 rounds before the transition to the next day. But this year, he recovers quite nicely and ends on a W for his night. Now, we've got the Winter Regional Championship coming right up after this. We're going to take a quick peek at our points going into that. they are, your leader right now is going to be Hyper with a almost perfect record, breaking that 100-point barrier. Then it's going to be J-Box in that second place position. And now we've got the switch up. That mistake from Imperius is going to allow the Sloth to move into third. Imperius now in fourth, Leadfingers in fifth, Prodangles in sixth, the Bits in seventh, and Bernie rounding out the top 8. And something to note here, with that heat, Quad Force 1 is now in the lead. If things stay this way, Quad Force 1 will be earning more points than Team Cyclone. So it is an absolute battle between these two teams. But don't count out GemFan. They've got Leadfingers in 5th and Prodangles in 6th. So they could make something happen here too. Remember, it's only the top 2 performers from each team that count. So, you know, from 1st to 6th, those are the teams that are able to make something happen here. And we'll see what happens. We're going to take a quick break, though. And then we will be jumping into the Winter Regional Championship to decide who the fastest in the South is.
Is this one heat, or is this no, this is going to be a Elite 8?
This will be an Elite 8 format, so it'll consist of 6 total heats. There'll be 2 semifinal rounds for both the semifinal A and the semifinal B pilots, followed by a consolation final to decide 5th through 8th, and then a golden heat to decide 1st through 4th. So we've got that coming right up. We're going to cut to a break here and correspond with our race director, get things planned and settled, and we'll be right back with some more racing here on Street League Drone Racing. One of 3 momentary boosts. Get ready or get past as you boost your way to becoming the Street League Drone Racing Champion. Wait, say that again. Nice. Oh, I was just gonna ask, are you trying to finalize a race on the website to tally that leaderboard, or are you just gonna do it on paper?
Next race will be 30 seconds.
Hi, my name is Imperius, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Street League and what makes a motor street legal. Today I'm going to talk about some of the motors currently available that are street legal, and I'm going to give them a rating based on personal experience of their durability, of their cost, and of their performance. But before we get into that, let's talk about what makes a motor street legal. Any of the information that I talk about today can be found on streetleague.io under the Spec tab. When we look at the Street League Rulebook version 3, we have a certain set of specifications for our motors. When we talk about street legal motors, we have a couple of criterias. First of which is only 4 motors are allowed. Cannot have 3, and 5 is right out of the question. When we talk about the size of a motor, what we're looking for is the volume of the stator, and it must be less than 4,950 cubic millimeters. We see that a 1250 kV is recommended. What higher or lower kVs are permitted. We'll talk a little bit later about what kVs are and aren't allowed and what's preferred. And then we have Rule 2.4. Basically, Rule 2.4 says that the motor must be available for people to purchase before its first use at a Street League event. This is to prevent anybody from showing up to an event with a prototype motor that nobody has access to. To make things easy, we're going to talk about 4 of the most common street legal motors. The first of which being the Brother Hobby Avenger 2510 1250 kV motor. This is one of the very first motors to become street legal, and is the same specifications as the one used on the DRL Racer 4. It is a 2510 stator size, but the one we're going to look at today is that 1250 kV variant. Coming in at $24.99, this motor runs about the middle of the pack. We're going to give it a 3-star in the price department. While this motor does perform among the best, getting a rating of 4 out of 5 stars in the performance department, it is a little bit of a glass cannon. We're going to give it a 2 out of 5 stars for durability. It has a tendency to snap at the base in wrecks. The next motor that we're going to look at is the first motor to come to the Street League store, and that is the Hyperlight 2807.5 1322 kV. Right off the bat, we're going to give this motor a 5 out of 5 stars for price. It is the best bang for your buck motor that is currently available. As far as durability is concerned, we're going to give these motors a 4 out of 5 stars. Pilots have been running this motor for a while now, and it has held up in gnarly wrecks. On the performance scale, we're going to give these motors a 4 out of 5 stars. These are a very high performing motor and are very competitive at the highest tiers of Street League. The next motor we're going to talk about is the Eco 2 2807 motor, and this one's going to come with a little bit of a caveat. It does say that it's rated at 1300 kV, but the actual tested kV of these motors fluctuates a lot. What this means is when you go to tune your motor output limit for your tested kV, you are going to get much more different results. That said, the price point of this motor is fantastic, coming in at just $16.99, so we're going to give it a 5 out of 5 stars there. The performance of this motor is also very good. We're going to give it a 4 out of 5 stars. And the durability of this motor has been tested and true. We're going to give it also a 4 out of 5 stars. And the last motor we're going to look at today is the Xnova 2808. In the performance and durability departments, after testing, we have found that this motor trades blows with the best of the best currently available motors. In the performance department, we're going to give it a 4 out of 5 stars, rivaling any of the motors available today. In the durability department, we're also going to give it a 4 out of 5 stars. It's very rare that they break, but when they do, you know you have wrecked really hard. And while that's all fine and dandy, we're going to have to give it a 2 out of 5 stars for the price point, coming in at $31.99. It's worth noting that these 4 motors we talked about are not the only 4 motors that are street legal, but they are some of the most popular motors among Street League pilots, and for very good reason. In a later video, we'll talk about what we can do on the software side to make sure that any motor you choose to bring is on an even playing field with all of your other competitors. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions regarding Street League, or specifically street legal motors, drop it down in the comments below, or head on over to streetleague.io and find the Discord link. We can answer your questions there. Happy flying, and we'll see you in the next one. Hi, my name is Imperious, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Street League spec drone racing. In this video, we're going to cover a little bit about frames. What's legal, what's not, why are the rules that way, and what's available for you to purchase today.
So I can love.
The first thing we're going to look at is the streetleague.io website. Any information that I cover today or don't cover can be found on this website. We have rules about the spec, season races, the streetleague.io store, and links to our Discord, which is where you can find much of our information and new things being posted every day. The first thing we're going to cover in this video is the Street League spec regarding frames. This is the Street League rulebook version 3.0. And when talking about frames, the specifications are all parts, including 3D prints, must be open source. They must be available to the public to download. Each motor must be less than 399 millimeters away from all other motors, so there is a size limit. And then we have some rules regarding the arms. These get a little bit technical, but we'll cover them as best as possible. The arm is defined as whatever material holds the motor. In essence, if you have carbon that goes from the midplate to your motor, the arm is considered the carbon itself and not any kind of print or LEDs you may have on top of it. Now that we have the arms defined, there's a couple of rules regarding the amount of material that must be in an arm. We talk about total convex circumference, which is if you were to take a string around the arm, how long would it be? You need 42 millimeters or more across the thinnest portion. And then we have a total cross-sectional area. For each motor, you must have a cross-section greater than 90.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with my co-host, Travis Daly. And Travis, we got some racing to do. Tell us a little bit about what's coming up.
I don't have all the details, but we're about to determine the winner of the winter regional or the winter series. And I know that Led was just tabulating scores based on the points awarded for this race so far. So it sounds like that's what's been determined is based on the points awarded so far in these points rounds. And then against the leaderboard of the winter series to determine the top 8 who are going to be racing an Elite 8 format coming up.
Yeah, so it's basically a race within a race that we just had. We had our first 6 points rounds, but that was to determine the final additional points to be earned for that winter series. And now we've settled it. We've determined who our top 8 pilots are for the winter series championship. And that is going to be J-Box, the Sloth FPV, DeBits, Prodangles, Imperious FPV, Leadfingers, Tilted, and Hyper. So those are our competitors. We're going to be splitting them up into 2 groups of 4. So semifinal B and semifinal A. Let's take a quick peek at our first semifinal that we'll be racing here.
Race begins in 3 minutes.
So semifinal B will consist of J-Box, the Sloth FPV, DeBits, and Prodangles. They're going to be thrown down here first. And we will get to see which of them will get the first advancement slot to the top 4. Each of these pilots is going to have 2 chances to win a heat. If they manage to win a heat, they'll go into the top 4. If they don't, they'll end up in the consolation main, or the consolation final. And they'll race 1 single heat in that consolation final to determine positions 5th through 8th. And then after that, we'll have our top 4 final, where our pilots will determine positions 1st through 4th in a single heat winner takes all. They've spent all winter, and it's going to culminate in this final group of races. So these are all the pilots that you get to be jealous of. They're the pilots who are posting Facebook and Instagram stories of them racing in beautiful sunshiny weather all winter long. But what people don't consider all the time is that they cannot race during the summer always because sometimes it's just too hot. So we figured we'd give them an awesome winter series where they can kind of settle who's the best under their ideal racing circumstances. And the beautiful thing about this too is we're going to get a little bit of a sneak preview about how tomorrow might go to determine who will end up getting the first championship ticket. So this race does not count towards this portion of the race does not count towards our nationals. But tomorrow we will be taking these same pilots and racing them to decide who wins the nationals. And that pilot will be getting a chance to go to Street League Champs. 1 minute remaining here, and I see pilots heading back to the line. And I think we're going to get some good racing here in just a moment. There it is. I see goggles.
Let's go. What are your
getting on
predictions?
ahead. Yeah, who do we think takes this? Let's go ahead and take a quick peek at our pilots again.
I mean, J-Box and Sloth are the favorites, hands down.
Hands down. Who do we think between DeBits and Prodangles? That's been a battle all weekend long. Put your predictions in the chat. We're going to go live here in less than 2 seconds. As our pilot's on the grid. Actually, it looks like that is it. Pilot's off and away. Beautiful racing so far. It looks like J-Box out in the lead early on. Oh, and DeBits goes down. Now remember, winning is all that matters here. First place. Oh, J-Box has a bump. That's going to let Sloth get ahead, so he may get that first advancement slot into the top 4. Beautiful racing from Sloth here, but you've got to know that that pressure is high. J-Box has been one to beat all year long. And now Sloth finally has his opportunity to sneak in a win on him when it matters most. Going on to lap number 2, Sloth still hanging on to that lead. We'll see if J-Box can do anything to catch up. Some beautiful lines there from J-Box. We're looking at him reel in Sloth, trying to get the pass right there, not able to do it. Where can he make it stick? Onto the Velocidrone Vortex he goes, and it is a clean Velocidrone Vortex. Oh, he's right on his tail.
These guys know that they need a first. I guess that's true. So Sloth is pushing for it.
And he is getting that respect that he's been wanting so badly from J-Box here. But J-Box, maybe not. A disrespectful pass. No space left at all. J-Box gets the lead on the final lap on the final portion of the track. Can he hang on to it? He is able to do it. J-Box takes the win and heads to the top 4 for the Winter Series National Championship. Second place going to go to the Sloth there. He'll have one more opportunity, as well as Prodangles and DeBits, to get that win and get into the top 4. Oh, as DeBits goes down. But that is it. This race is all said and done. First was all that mattered, and J-Box made it happen. We're going to take a quick peek at our next group of pilots as we have one straggler finish it on up. There we go. We're going to be looking for our next heat here. This one going to be Imperious, Leadfingers, Tilted, and Hyper.
Imperious
And I
activity
think Imperious and Hyper have been really going at it.
R6.
And they'll be the two to watch here, but don't count out Leadfingers and Tilted. Both of them very fast, both of them very consistent, and anything can happen here in the Winter Series Regional Championship. And we'll bring you that amazing racing here after a message from our sponsors.
Which is, if you were to cut the arm down this plane, this red portion here needs to have more than 90 square millimeters of material. Now that we have the rules for a frame defined, let's talk about what frames are available that meet this Street League spec. The first of which being the original, the thing that started this all, the Project 399 practice rig. Coming in at $95 and available on project399.com, the practice rig is easily one of the most durable pieces of carbon I have ever had the pleasure of owning. It was invented as a training tool for Jordan Temkin, or Jet, to train for DRL and to emulate the size and weight of a DRL Racer 4. He has a recommended build here, which includes a lot of, if not all of the items that are street legal, and builds on this frame can look as such. We have the Racer 399, the Racer 4 look-alike, or you can go custom with it and design something totally new. The next frame we're going to talk about is the first frame to come to the Street League store, and that is the Kari X. The Kari X is a True X version of an original design by Alex Dunda at Cloud10 FPV. He designed this frame to take a lot of inspiration from the Project 399 and make it just a little bit better. The vertical carbon makes for a really cool canopy design, but we retain the same strength and weight of the Project 399 practice rig. So this is a great option for high performance, high durability, and this comes in at $90. And this is what it can look like when built. This is a build by Leadfingers, who absolutely loves Rainbow, and it looks absolutely amazing. The next frame we're going to talk about is the budget frame, the way to get into Street League for the cheapest possible, and that is the RDQ Source 1 7-inch. This does meet the ARM specifications and is readily available on RDQ's website for only $30. It's a great, cheap starting point, but that's not to say that it's not a good frame. With a little bit of ingenuity, it can become an absolutely amazing street legal quad. If you decide that
Begins in 10 seconds.
Here we go. This is going to be semifinal A,
Race begins in 5 seconds.
one of two. Off and away we go. I'm looking at Imperious and Hyper on this one. We'll see who can take that win. Hyper's got a couple quads in his feed, but a nice smooth turn there. That's going to put him back up.
And he's
lead.
gone.
Oh, no. There it is. Hyper still hanging on to that lead. Imperious not able to catch. Like you said, he's trying to disappear. Oh, Imperious had a really nice turn there. Almost started to gain some ground, but ended up throwing it away, hitting the leg of that gate.
31.8.
Very, very challenging track here, I think. It's not challenging to fly, but it is challenging to win on. As Leadfingers now making a chase here on Tilted, it looks like. Oh, he goes
as
down.
you say it.
Boost mode engaged for Hyper. He's going to try to disappear into the sunset here at No Quarter Ranch, going on to last lap of the race.
Lap 2, 31.1. Imperious FPV, lap 2.
And winning is all that matters here. First place advances to the top 4. The remaining 3 pilots will have one more opportunity to make it into that top 4 after this. But right now, it's looking like it is Hyper's to lose here, and he does not lose often. He goes on to Velocidrone Vortex, onto the Gem Fan start finish
Look at
straight away,
that.
and on to the win. It's the top 4 finish for Hyper. Second place, here comes Imperious. He makes it through. Then it's going to be Tilted. And then it's going to be Leadfingers rounding it out. One more opportunity for those 3 to try to get into the top 4 as Hyper secures his spot.
Dude, you've done that to me so many times. You have a whole rainbow orange, fucking rainbow super pop with your camera.
Results are final for that heat. Hyper setting some pretty fast times there. Low 31s for a fastest. And the rest of the field off of that pace by 3 seconds.
Even then, that's a slower pace for Hyper. We were seeing like 137s and like consistent 30-second lap times.
Yeah, we've seen him
I
go
think tomorrow we'll
faster.
see. We got to break that 30-second barrier there. And by we, I mean Hyper.
Yeah, I want to see if he can do it. I think by the end of this event, he's going to have to, because I know Imperius, he just keeps getting faster. He's not at that pace immediately the way that I think Hyper sometimes is, but I know that Imperius does not stop improving. And I think he's going to be a real threat if Hyper can't lower the, or raise the bar, I guess, a little bit by the end of this. But right now, he doesn't need to. He's happy where he's at. He's getting that win. He's moving on to the top 4. And he's sitting pretty and has a really good opportunity to win the Winter Regional Championship here. And then tomorrow, we will decide who our Nationals champion is for our regular season. And it looks like Hyper's in a good spot to win that too. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek at our next pilots here. This next race is going to be the Sloth, DeBits, and Prodangles. This is Street League Battle at the Ranch, presented by Velocidrone. We're looking forward to bringing you one more heat after this message from our partners.
Better. And you don't know where to go to turn that into a real Street League quad. I recommend visiting Toker Designs and CNC. He is amazing at cutting carbon and doing 3D prints for all of your build needs. And the carbon that he cuts is absolutely amazing. Made in the US, it's incredibly strong. It's this twill weave you can see up here. It's so difficult to break this carbon, it's ridiculous. And some of his original designs are amazing. This is what he likes to call the squash. It's a little bit shorter and the body is a little bit smaller. Kind of brings the motors in nice and tight, and these are some of his prints that he's designed for it. And this is an amazing route to go as well. If you have any other questions regarding Street League Spectron racing, and specifically the frames, drop it in a comment below, or you can visit our Discord. Regardless of which frame you choose, a Street League Spec drone will be durable, and it will be enjoyable to fly, and it will provide some of the best racing.
Here we
Gotta
go.
hustle.
This is semifinal B, heat 2 of 2, the final opportunity for these 3 pilots to get into the top 4.
There we go.
And there it is. It's going to be the whole shot for, looks like, the Sloth. He is the favorite in this one after 6 points rounds. He has been racing excellently all event long and had the opportunity to beat out J-Box there, but J-Box just had one too many tricks up his sleeve. And I'm seeing Sloth really push here, as well as DeBits. I'm seeing some impressive lines here from Bits, really putting it all out on the line. And Boost Mode engaged down that Gem Fan start-finish straightaway, trying to catch up to the Sloth. But Sloth looking so clean right now, just getting it done here. Oh, and as I say that,
no.
he goes down,
The bitch
gets
just
back
passed.
up. Bits is your new leader on lap number 2. Is he going to be able to hang on to it for the rest of the event?
We got a full lap.
Oh, man. It's a long way to go for Bits with Sloth hot on his heels, trying to get the pass down the Gem fan. Start-finish straight. Bits hanging on to it. Oh, the bobble.
No.
That's going to let Sloth back into the
The
lead.
pressure was on.
That is a lot of pressure to bear on one man's shoulders.
Oh, no.
And it all comes apart for Bits as Sloth assumes his position in the lead. Prodangle's not out of it yet, but not within striking distance of Sloth. Winning is all that matters here, and win is what Sloth does. And he advances to the top 4 for the Winter Series National Championship.
He had us concerned for a minute.
That would have been a tough loss for the Sloth, but he held it together, made it happen when it counted. Great job applying lots of pressure to J-Box there in the first heat. Almost had an upset there in this second heat, but managed to hold it together. And a fastest lap, faster than what we saw from Hyper in his winning heat. So low 30s, or mid 30s, I guess I should say. So I think we got a battle on
That's
our
a
hands.
huge lap time. Yeah.
Yeah, he really pushed for that. And something I think is worth saying here is that this is one of the first heats where Sloth has not had a pacer quad, if you will. I think he's been able to just settle in right behind, you know, Hyper or Imperius or J-Box, and then just pace them and be really well aware of how fast and how hard he's actually pushing. And here, I think he had no measuring stick, essentially. It was just him and the open air in front of him. And that's a hard spot to be in. Same thing in the previous heat. I think he actually performs really well when he has somebody to chase, and that makes sense. He's one of the local Florida guys, but he's training all the time with Hyper. And right now, there are not many people faster in the FPV space than Hyper, relatively speaking. So I think Sloth has maybe gotten a little bit used to having that quad in front of him to chase, and then once he gets out in the lead, he might even have a little gas in the tank once he has some clear air. But whether or not he can focus and lock in for that, that's a whole nother consideration and a next step up. Let's go ahead and take a look here. We've got our next group of pilots. This one going to be Imperius, Leadfingers, and Tilted. And actually, I'm taking a quick look at this. I think Imperius is going to be the favorite here. Leadfingers has been solid. Tilted has also had some ups and downs during this event, but he has some good times that he's set before. It's really going to depend, you know, who can hold it together. We're going to be right back with some racing here at Street League Battle at the Ranch, presented by Velocidrome.
Enjoy your time participating in Street League. If you enjoyed this video or if you found it informative, please drop a like and let me know that I'm doing good. I want to bring as much information to you guys as possible and help you enjoy spec drone racing. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Here we go. This is semifinal A, heat 2 of 2, the final opportunity for these pilots to make it into the top 4 for the Winter Series Regional Championship. And there's the go-tones, all quads off and away. Oh, a tight pack going into the Gem Fan start-finish. And your leader right now is going to be Leadfingers, actually. Imperious not able to get the jump on him. Is he going to be able to get the pass? Leadfingers hanging on to it. This is a hero run for him if he can save it. But Imperious is on his tail with some beautiful lines there. There's the pass from Imperious. He is the favorite going into this with some incredible line work, but it's not going to work out for Imperious. On lap number 1, Leadfingers hangs on to it. Through that wrecked ringer they go. And on to the turtle mode twist. Leadfingers hanging on to the lead with everything he's got. It's going to come down to that final element on the track. Everything else not super differentiating between these two pilots. Imperious has been making the moves all day. But is he going to be able to make it when it counts here? There it is. The Velocidrone Vortex for Imperious yields him the lead on lap number 3. Leadfingers has got boost mode engaged. He's been saving them. They've been in the tank, and he's going to try to play chase and catch up. That's the final boost used for Leadfingers. Unfortunately for him, though, Imperious has not yet used a boost. This is an incredible race here from Imperious. Incredible amount of confidence. And he's going to hang on to it on the Gem Fan start finish straight away. Imperious moves on to the top 4. That was an incredible run from Imperious. Hanging on to it and making it work. And he is going to send Leadfingers and Tilted down to the next 5, otherwise known as the Consolation Final. And interesting to look at these lap times, honestly, because Imperious, for how good of a run that was, it appears as though he is not able to catch up to the times that we saw from either the Sloth nor Hyper. But here we go. We're going to have to settle who is 5th through 8th here in our next 5 finals. And the pilots participating in that will be Tilted, Leadfingers, DeBits, and Prodangles. We'll be getting to watch those pilots race here momentarily right after this message from our sponsors.
Where'd you go?
Hi, my name is Imperius, and today I'm going to talk to you some more about Street League. Today's subject, LEDs and electronics. What's legal, what's not, and how can you make your quad look absolutely amazing? Stay tuned. Today I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Street League, LEDs, and electronics. This is the big thing that separates Street League from many other racing platforms, is the look and the view of your quad. So, what's street legal and what's recommended? Taking a look at the Street League rulebook version 3, section 5, we have our rules regarding LEDs. Without getting too much into it, at least one LED must be visible from both the top and the bottom of your quad. It also must be visible from all directions. And intentionally turning off your LEDs during a race is prohibited. Your LEDs must be visible to the human eye, and they must be reasonably bright as determined by the race director. This means if the race director decides that you're blinding people or that they're not visible enough despite being on, you will have to fix that. Because ultimately, this is the goal of Street League. Just a bunch of guys with some amazing looking quads and some amazing looking racing. Now the question. How can you make a Street League quad look this cool? And what do you need to purchase to do so? Well, you're in luck. I'm going to show you guys a couple of popular LED options to make your quad look amazing. The first of which is a simple 5-volt LED strip. These strips are available on the StreetLeague.io shop and are $4.50 per, and they run off of 5-volt power. Important thing to note about these LEDs is that they will require a 5-volt power regulator, but that they're addressable, so you can change their color. And when applied to a quad, they can look something like this. Now, let's say you're okay with them not being able to change color, and you don't want to have to use a BEC. Something like this, the Tiny's X-Class 6S LED, would be something for you. The LEDs only shine one color, but you can apply full 6S power, including 5S, to make these guys light up. These are a great option for one fixed color and minimal amount of effort. If you want to be able to change your color and you're okay with using a 5-volt power regulator and you want something just a little bigger, I recommend the Tiny's Project 399 Rig LED arm. These require a 5-volt regulator but are addressable, and when applied to a quad, they can look something like this. One of the other popular options is what's called a cob LED. These come as a rope rather than individual LEDs. The fun part about these cob LEDs is they can be either fixed color or addressable, and they can be either 5-volt, 12-volt, or 24-volt. Now, if you do happen to go with an LED option that requires 5-volt power, as many do, you'll want to use something like this iFlight 3-6S 5-volt BEC. This allows you to take straight battery voltage and get 5 volts out to power your LEDs. At which point you can connect them to the flight controller or other LED controller and have your addressable LEDs. If you have any questions regarding these products, how to get your LEDs set up, or Street League in general, go ahead and drop them in the comments section below, or head on over to StreetLeague.io and look for the Discord link for our Discord community. The important note here is that
Here we go. In just moments, we will be completing the next 4 final. This final will decide positions 5th through 8th for the Winter Series Regional Championship. This heat will be tilted, lead fingers, to bits, and prod angles. They'll have one opportunity to finish as high as they can, with the best finishing position possible of 5th place for the championship. It looks like we got some quads on the line, but they are using every bit of that race timer.
Next race begins in 10
Terminal
seconds.
countdown has begun.
Next race begins in
Ready
10
or
seconds.
not, here we come. Oh no, it's carnage
No.
for one of our pilots. Oh, that's tilted. And RX lost. I know that he was hoping to have a good finish here, but it is not going to be his day. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lead Fingers into Bits battling it out. We'll see if the Bits can catch up to Lead Fingers here through the Armatan Ascent.
It bits right on him.
Oh no, Bits is going to go down.
He hasn't had much luck on that vortex.
That is a brutal differentiator on this track. Meanwhile, Leadfingers, I've got to say, is looking super smooth, super consistent all day long. And it hasn't changed here come Elite 8. And I think he's going to really deserve this. Oh, no.
As you say,
Leadfingers down.
He's
He is
way
back
in the
up.
lead, though. Dangles just got back up.
Okay. So we still have a little bit of a race. Led doesn't get anything for completely free, but actually, no, that's Dangles in the lead.
Yeah, Dangles in the lead.
And so Leadfinger's 3 seconds back, and he's only got 1 lap to make something happen here. I think Dangles might be able to take this win. This race for 5th place in the Winter Series Regional is Leadfinger's starting to catch up a little bit. He's clipping the gates, trying to make it happen. But Dangles is looking too smooth. And Dangles is going to take the win here in the next 4 final. That's going to be 5th place overall for the Winter Series Regional Championship. Leadfinger is going to finish in 6th. DeBits is going to finish in 7th. And that is going to be it. Tilted going to finish in 8th. Not too bad for the Winter Series Championship. That's going to go on his record on StreetLeague.io. And you'll get to track that progression as you hone your skills at drone racing. And an epic win there for Pro Dangles. Throwing down when he needed to and capitalizing on the mistake from Leadfingers. Epic win from him.
There it is. Those are the positions 5th through 8th. Pro Dangles, Leadfingers, DeBits, and Tilted.
Solid run there from Pro Dangle. Super happy to see him get that win. I'm sure he would have liked to be in the top 4, but the competition there is absolutely fierce. And that was a big win for him against Leadfingers. Leadfingers has been pretty consistently ahead of him most of the day, but Pro Dangles managed to pull it out when it mattered. That's a big progression for him. Love to see that. Take a quick peek at our next group of pilots. This one going to be J-Box, the Sloth, Imperious, and Hyper. These are the big guns, and we're going to be looking forward to see which of them wins the Winter Series Regional Championship. We're doing some racing here at No Quarter Ranch. And I'm looking forward to see how they do on this beautifully Velocidrone themed track. It's going to be a sight to see, and we'll be enjoying it right after this message from our sponsors.
Ultimately, we want to know that it's you who crossed the finish line first. Thank you so much for watching. Drop a like on the video if you liked it, and follow me for more Street League related content. Happy flying, and I'll see you in the next one.
For years, drone racers have been pushing the boundaries, splitting the horizon where the possible and the impossible collide. Every millisecond we shed culminates in the victories we've earned. We tune, we train, we expend every trick in the book to defeat the clock. But what if we had one last option? Introducing Boost Mode, drone racing's first new game mechanic since Crash Recovery. Starting today, you have a new strategic option at your disposal. Find the optimal spots on the track to deploy one of 3 momentary boosts. Get ready or get past as you boost your way to becoming the Street League Drone Racing Champion. Here we go. This is top 4 finals. Terminal countdown has begun. It's J-Box, the Sloth, Imperious, and Hyper, gridded up and ready to race. Oh no, one quad not making it off the line. And that is going to be J-Box. No signs of life. Meanwhile, Imperious goes down. That's going to let the lead go to Hyper. Oh, we do see J-Box trying to make something happen here. I see Throttle, I see Arm, but the quad is just not responding. Very bizarre turn of events here. J-Box out of contention for the Winter Series Regional Championship. And meanwhile, Hyper is on lap 2 and looking strong.
Sloth second, Imperious third.
You know, for a man that strips every screw he touches, we say he has too much torque. But I'll tell you what, he's looking delicate on the sticks right now as he works his way through the Velocidrone Vortex. And on to lap number 3. Sloth is not giving him anything for free. He is on that wrecked ringer right there with him. But Hyper is just too far gone, it looks like. The HQ Helix and the Armatan Ascent. Boost mode engaged for Hyper. He's going to finish it out strong here. The Velocidrone Vortex, the Gem Fans start finish straight away, and Hyper is your Winter Regionals champion. The Sloth going to finish out in second, and Imperious going to round out the podium. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to settle it. Hyper takes the win.
A little test, a little tease of what's to come tomorrow. We're now, halfway through the points rounds. Tomorrow's the remainder of those rounds, and then the Elite 8 for this Nationals competition.
Yeah, this is
and
gonna
I
be
wouldn't be surprised if we have the same or similar.
Yeah, I think the podium could definitely end up being similar, but you never know. It's so hard to call. Anything could happen, but I think Hyper is just looking so good right now. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Your podium for the Winter Regional Championship. Hyper takes the win. The Sloth finishes in second, and Imperious finishes in third. Well, thanks so much for joining us. I am your host, Sky FPV, joined here by Travis, and we're so honored to have brought you the first day of racing. And tomorrow we're going to kick it right off. We're going to finish out our points rounds, and we're going to go into the Elite 8 for the Battle at the Ranch presented by Velocidrone National. So join us tomorrow. Hit that bell icon. Hit subscribe if you want to find out who wins that and who gets the first ticket to our championship for the season. And we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us so much here at Street League Drone Racing. All right, I think we're good.